Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our day 2 of our 2025 budget deliberations for the City of Pembroke. I'd like to read the land acknowledgement. As we gather today, I would respectfully acknowledge, on behalf of Council and the community, that the City of Pembroke resides on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. It is with this statement that we honor and respect the Algonquins on whose land we reside. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none, I'll hand it over to our treasurer, Ms. Lotsty, to continue from yesterday. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so just a housekeeping item. I understand that it would work better for everybody's schedules to change the day 3 meeting time to be on Thursday, the same day, so Thursday, January 14th, but instead of doing it during the day, to move it to 4 to 8. So is everybody in agreement with that?
That's
We
fine
make
with
that
me.
change? Oh, sorry, the 16th. My apologies. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So I know for myself, and I've communicated that to Madam Treasurer as well as the CEO. I have other commitments that I can't now because dates have been given to me by someone else. So I can't attend during the day, but I'm not asking for any accommodation or whatever. It just means I would not be here.
I'm not available.
Okay.
Sorry, I had something else on.
Okay.
That's good for myself. Works well. Works better.
Okay, so I'll just do a poll, I guess offline, and we'll just make sure.
What is the date again, sorry?
So Thursday, January 16th.
Does that work for you, Councillor Keelan Purcell?
Yes. I'm traveling on the 16th, so I think I probably indicated that a month ago.
Oh,
Yep. 16th is a Thursday.
It is a Thursday?
I'll take it offline. We have to make sure we have quorum. You know, I know winter time's always a travel time, so.
thank you.
Okay, so the plan for today is we didn't get through, the first pass of the budget, so we still have the roads department and the recreation department to go through. So we'll get through those 2 budgets, and then we will kind of follow up on any items that we might have gone through on day 1 that, we might want to talk about. And then after that, we will go into the water sewer budget and then the capital budget. Does that sound like a plan? Okay, so we will start with the roads budget, and I will pass the mic over to Marcia.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just going to start off a little bit of an introduction. The Roads Department is dedicated to responsible financial management to support our workforce and critical infrastructure projects. With the new payroll system, it integrates salaries and associated benefit lines directly into job-specific project budgets. So by aligning both wages and benefits with individual projects, this system enhances transparency and ensures a more accurate allocation of resources. So during this budget presentation, you will see various labor lines as various as kind of like employer health tax, WSIB lines kind of going up and down. But that is why now is because we actually code to specific jobs, which is really helpful. Just to highlight a few of the significant changes in this budget is the budget includes the establishment of a new sidewalk reserve to support pedestrian infrastructure and an increase in the ditching program to better meet the needs of asset management. Additionally, the pavement preservation program has been prioritized to maintain and extend the lifespan of our roadways. These strategic investments are designed to enhance safety, sustainability, and the overall quality of our infrastructure. So what we'll do now is we'll start going through the budget package. So if everyone wants to grab the roads one, and that starts on page 35 of your package. Okay, so for the first section, our admin and salaries, you will see that there is a variance of $78,000 off the first line. Again, that is just because of the coding. We also had a new position as an admin assistant over in the operations department, so that's also included in there. The next section, the full-time salaries, again, you'll see those minuses in the red. Again, that is just like I stated, that's just because of the job-specific projects now that are in the individual budgets. And the next one on line 46, you'll see a decrease in our debenture interest. That's just because the payments are made, so there's less interest. On the next page, on page 36, under the revenue, you'll see that under miscellaneous revenue line 50, we've only budgeted $2,000, and that really is for the scrap metal. We had a real big push in 2024 and cleaned up the yards, so we really went through and kind of looked after all that for this year, so we don't have much left. But anyways, when we do have scrap metal, that is the line that it will go in. And then the disposal of assets. During our surplus sale, we were able to sell only one of our trucks. So the other one I'll be posting on Gov Deals. So that's why you'll see that there's just a little bit less in the 2000 actuals, because we weren't able to sell that one truck that we thought we'd get about $5,000 or $6,000 for. But for 2025, we have 2 pickup trucks that we are going to be trying to sell, which is truck 92 and truck 139. And we have an estimate of about $1,500 each for those trucks. The next one, the provision of goods. You do see some seminars and training is up a little bit. We obviously have some certification that we have to keep up with for our staff. We have, just a sec here. So the car allowance is going up a little bit because what happened, we had a shift there, and we had our stock worker. He would normally bring over the mail over to City Hall, and now that is actually being done by the admin coordinator. And then if students, this is where we put our student costs if they have to use their vehicle to drive around and deliver things for the city of Pembroke. We have a shift in our computer programming, so line 74, and that will include some of the important computer programming that the operations department needs, Microsoft 365, the Adobe, the Archway HR, as well as our new system, which is the mesh system. So that's where those amounts come from. And then we have a little bit in our legal fees. We're going to increase our legal fees by about $6,000, and that is for the drainage of easements and for legal opinions. Now I'll stop there. Does anyone have any questions? Don't see any? Okay. So on the next page, we will see on line 91, public relations. We will be promoting Public Work Week this year to kind of be in line with other municipalities that do it. So this will be something that is new, and so we're looking forward at promoting all the good things that the operations departments do. Going down, really on the materials under line 118. This is really, this line is where we'll be doing some focus on some work on our NORAD building. Our NORAD building now will be used for female washrooms. We do have some female staff, and we're going to be cleaning that area out, and they will be using that washroom as well as a change room for them. That building, I believe, does not had much repairs in the last little while. However, it's a good building, so we're going to start putting some money into there to ensure that it stays part of a building that is really, really required. We do actually store a lot of our files in there, a lot of our files from the operations department, as well as some from City Hall. So it becomes a a space where it's really, really important to have some files that we need on a daily basis. So we do have some foundation sealing that has to be done on that. So we're going to be putting some money into there. The next thing is really, I guess, is just the parking lot maintenance now. As we stated, parking lot maintenance, each area has a line item now for that budget. So for this one, this new line item is for asset management costs to maintain it. So this will be able to assist with some costing in the future. So the next page. Just to remind council that line 141, now staff uniforms have now been switched to a point system. So every year staff are allowed to get uniforms based on their points. So this just reflects then that we have a little bit less now because we did a big bulk clothing order for 2024, and then we're not going to be doing one. It's just going to stay within their staff points now. The next one, the big one would be for the fuel, the line 156. So now we have a new inventory system. So our new inventory system will be recording fuel for our machinery. It's going to be used to track the cost for each vehicle that we have in our fleet. Repair and maintenance, we do have a line item in there for $25,000. That is in case that we have one of our mechanics away, and we've decided to put some money there in case that we have to get some of our fleet repair and we don't have the staff on hand, and that'll be funded through the sick leave reserve. Line 162, our contract for our vehicle monitoring. We are going into our phase 2 of that. So we have in our operations department, we have 8 vehicles left for the monitoring, and then all of our vehicles will be monitored through Trackmatics. The bridge maintenance part, you'll see under the contract, we will be doing some guide rails on Bennett Street. And then sealing on one bridge per year, and this comes from the Ontario Structure Inspection Manual recommendations. So the next section is on the grass and weed control. This just basically for the labor, again, just to highlight, so we have each section. This just goes to highlight some of our labor that our staff will be doing for grass and weed control. The dead end barrier, so line 194 for the contracts. This is guide rail installation at the end of McGee, which will replace the wooden ones that are there. At Nelson Street for the pole protection, as well as Elgin Street at the dead end. So that's an increase of $23,000. Just the next one. I would say that the next one is the ditching. So under the material 1, this is when we explained the ditching program where they have to do 1 kilometer per year for the life cycle. And I don't know, Brian, did you want to touch a little bit on that one for council, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, our existing ditching program, we do about 1 kilometer a year. We have roughly 44 kilometers of ditching. So it take us 44 years to get across the city to upkeep all our ditches. The old program was to do the entire ditch system in a 20-year program. So we're trying to get back into that 20-year program so that we can get across the city in 20 years, basically the estimated useful life of a ditch. Ditches do tend to fill up. Winter control, we sand and salt our roads, and in the spring that sand ends up in the ditches, and over the years it builds up and we have to go in and clean out the ditches. So this is to try and get us back into the estimated useful life of 20 years in the program that was started decades ago.
Renier?
Through the chair to Brian. The guardrail at the end of Elgin, Now, is that not Laurentian Valley? Because I believe that we're only responsible for the road up till where the pavement ends, and the guardrail is at least a full house past. Is that not Laurentian Valley?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're responsible for the road maintenance on Elgin Street. So the dead-end barricade is part of the road and the traffic.
Even though it's not paved all the way to there? 'Cause
That's correct.
It would
It's-
give the appearance that we only pave to the end of our property.
That's not necessarily the case,
Okay.
as far as property is concerned, because we do have that shared services agreement with Township of Laurentian Valley. They maintain Sawmill Road, we maintain Elgin Street.
Okay.
But it's traffic management and traffic control. So to ensure that traffic is managed properly on Elgin Street, we need that dead-end barricade.
Okay,
So it's part of our maintenance
Okay.
requirements.
okay, thank you.
Councillor Purcell?
Build on that question. So once some of the subdivisions are utilizing Elgin Street for traffic control, then are those shared costs with Laurentian Valley, or is the Pembroke costs? Because you just said we maintain that road, so I'm just curious to.
So that would be looked at as part of the shared services agreement. If there's an increase in maintenance activities required, then we'd go back to Township of Laurentian Valley. We have been in discussions with them with the newest subdivision that's been started there regarding maintenance activities, not just on the road itself, but also drainage and so forth.
Okay, so the next line item, it would be the, line 214 under contracts. So we have an increase in that budget of $95,000. We do have a lot of work to do within the drainage easement, and this amount reflects a budgeted increase, reflect 2 kilometers to hit life cycle. This is a lot where we will be renting kind of like excavator costs. Brian, did you want to highlight anything else additional on this one?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, that's just further to what I discussed regarding the program for ditching. We're not going to be able to do it all in-house, so this increase allows us to contract out some of that work, especially when it comes to easements and drainage that's off the roadway. We do have a number of ditches off of McKay Street in the industrial park, for example, that are off the roadway. We don't have the equipment to do that type of work, so we'll need a contractor to come in with an excavator and larger trucks and stuff to do that work. So this accounts for some of that work as well.
Purcell?
Is there a process involved in regards to ensuring that those drainage easements are still required? And the reason I say that is I live near the hospital, drainage easement on my property. That being said, there's been a lot of development with storm drains, all kinds of stuff, infrastructure that was put in for the parking lot for the hospital, when there's no really requirement for that easement any longer. So I'm just saying, like, before you start dredging, maybe there's an opportunity to reassess, because the conditions have changed quite a bit.
So through you, Mr. Chair, as far as process is concerned, we don't go out searching for work. We don't go out searching for easements that need to be looked at. We rely on calls coming in. So if somebody calls in and says they have a drainage problem, then we're going to address it, and then we'll look at whether there's an easement, do we need an easement? And if there's a drainage issue, then we're going to do work to correct that drainage issue.
So I was just under the impression it was similar to the ditching, as you're doing 1 kilometer, you've got 44 kilometers of ditching, so I just assumed that it was the same process, but it's not.
It's not.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go to the next page, and on under pavement preservation, this is line 233. This is when I stated in the opening is that we do have a focus now on a pavement preservation program that we'll be doing, and this is for the crack sealing. And this will be, basically it's really just to postpone the integration of the roads and extend the lifespan. And this is an inexpensive treatment. So that amount comes in at about $54,500. The next one is the sweeping, line 240. We do, every 2 years we purchase the sweeping brooms, and the last time we did that was in 2023, so then we have to then reorder them in 2025. I think that's it. Does anyone have any questions in this section?
Councillor Giacono, then Councillor Keel.
Thank you. Just to go back, I'm sorry, I should have highlighted then. Line item number 162, vehicle monitoring. Well, can you explain what that means? I don't understand what that means.
Okay, so vehicle monitoring is where we could, this was a tendered process that we did, and the vehicles then are going to be each monitored. They'll be able to tell, we'll be able to tell where those vehicles are during a certain time of day. It's really great for insurance purposes. If somebody calls and says their road wasn't plowed, however, by the tracking now, we can say, yes, it was at this time. So each of our vehicles now will be monitored.
Thank you.
Councillor Keel.
What do we mean by maintenance of fire lanes?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've got several fire lanes within the city. We call them fire lanes. They were used decades and decades ago, some of them to empty septic systems in backyards. So those fire lanes are city property, and on occasion we have to go in, and it's mainly brushing. When, when they start to close in on us a little bit and you can't get in there to service them. Some of them do have drainage in the back. We run drainage through there. Some storm sewer runs through those and some other infrastructure. So we go in periodically and maintain those.
Councillor Frenier.
In regards to fire lanes, I've had a few conversations over the years about different fire lanes in the city that residents actually wanted to purchase because they were maintaining them anyway. But it's such a complicated process to buy one of those fire lanes. Even if you've been maintaining it for 25 years, all of a sudden, if you want to buy it, which would be great for the city because take it over, you have to get approval from all the bordering properties. And of course, all of a sudden, they're interested. They weren't interested in maintaining it for 25 years, but all of a sudden they have a problem with an individual purchasing it. So I'm just wondering, like, it would be great if we could offload most of these fire lanes. Some of them might have a purpose for the city if they're really problematic, you're right. Like the one up in the East End, just off Bell, was problematic. But some of them are not that problematic, and there's no reason to access the other person's property through that fire lane. I just wish the process was easier, because I'm still hearing from certain residents about, we're still maintaining that fire lane and we wish we could buy it. So I don't know if there's a process. I don't know what other municipalities do. I mean, it's usually older municipalities that have these fire lanes because they served a purpose many, many moons ago. But is there anything we can do to simplify the process if someone wants to purchase it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as you mentioned, several of them are required for city purposes. We do have infrastructure in those, so those, of course, we would want to keep. Colleen and I have, for a number of years now, been trying to figure out if there's another way to go about getting rid of these fire lanes, those that we don't require. But as you mentioned, it is quite complicated. You can't just sell it off to one individual if you're going to cut off access to another individual's property and so forth. So we have been discussing it for a number of years, trying to come up with a solution. We have yet to find one, but we're still working on it.
Just further to that, because in reality, not everyone in the city has access to their backyard, because maybe it butts right up to another yard. So I don't really see, I don't see the huge deal, except that they've been privy to have that lane there for many years. So anyway, I don't know if it's something, it's not a big item, I know, on your to-do list, but it certainly is aggravating for the residents that have that. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Gervais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 2 points. One, just to follow up on that. Yes, there's been conversations because, as you know, this council has decided to move forward in terms of declaring certain land surplus, and so certainly it's not off the radar, but as staff are indicating, it's somewhat complex in certain situations, in other situations not, and I have every confidence that staff will try to endeavor to try and figure out Everett Street and Horace. There's areas in there and so forth. So I have every confidence that staff are trying to figure out a way forward, addressing it with different property owners, and will declare certain things surplus, and at the end of the day, more land in private ownership is less land in our ownership and more taxation. The other one was just a comment in respect to line 118. I just want to commend staff for looking at ways of trying to, being the NORAD building, ways of ensuring that we have appropriate accommodations, and I'm not too sure that it's necessarily appropriate, but it's better than nothing, to have an opportunity for female change rooms and to provide space for female employees, so that we're an equal opportunity employer. And to me, the best person for the job, I don't care if it's male or female, and so, but you have to have, just like the fire department years ago, there wasn't appropriate accommodation, so how do you get a female firefighter? So then we built a new building. Wasn't the only reason, but anyways, but there was female change rooms in areas. So I just want to commend staff for actually looking at that and taking those considerations into hand.
Councillor Purcell.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to comment on the additional crack ceiling, 54,500. I think that's great that we're getting back into that program. If you look at your own driveways in terms of how to protect it and make it last, you feel the cracks because the constant thaw and frost tends to create bigger issues and more expensive issues. So I would like to see that actually increase, because I do think that's an investment in terms of our roads. How many kilometers would the 54,500 provide in terms of crack sealing? Like how many city blocks or streets, or because if I look at my own street, it looks like a spider web from the previous one. Now all that crack filling material is starting to leave those cracks, right? And it's going to cause more issues down the road, and expensive issues for the city in terms of paving and resurfacing the road. So any indication in terms of what $54,000 would give us in terms of crack sealing capabilities?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's a very tough question. It depends on how many cracks are in the road. So crack sealing is done generally 3 to 5 years after the road is paved. After 5 years, crack sealing isn't really efficient. When you get into a location, as you mentioned, where you've got a lot of spider cracking, it's of no value. You can't hold alligator cracking down with crack sealing. It just doesn't work, and it's not efficient. When you route or clean out that crack, you're actually expanding it, you're trying to fill it, but you can make things worse. So we don't generally address alligator cracking or spider cracking with crack sealing. Okay. So it's a bit difficult. We did, in the $15,000 program that we normally have, one year we did all of Mary Street, all of Pembroke Street East, and a couple blocks elsewhere. So you can get a significant amount done depending on how bad the cracking is. And as I mentioned, we generally do it between 3 to 5 years afterwards, and don't do crack sealing after 5 years, just because it's not worth it once you start seeing alligator cracking. As Marcia mentioned, we've changed this program. We're going to focus on crack sealing this year with that $54,000. In previous years, we've also done pavement preservation using a slurry seal or a fog seal type program, where we actually seal the entire road. A tar type product is put down for the entire road width, and then we put an aggregate over top of that. So it seals the entire road surface. We're behind in our crack sealing, so we're going to focus on doing that this year. And then in future years with pavement preservation, we're also going to go back into that sealing program as well. So,
very good. Thank you.
Okay, so on the next page, we'll talk about the road shoulder maintenance. So on line 260, there is an increase of $9,000, and this is, we're going to do the increase because we need to ensure that we get to the shoulder drop-offs based on the minimum maintenance standards. And this is kind of an example to give you. This would be kind of in the area of the Paul Martin Drive. So we'll be focusing efforts on that. The next one, okay, just want to line 342 for the contracts, for the note in there is KSMI, if anyone's wanting to know what that is. That is our weather report that we use to make sure that we stay within the minimum maintenance standards. So that's a fee that, so that's a contract that we have with them that provides us that information needed. The next one would be, I would say, would be line 354, and that is for our salt. We do have an increase, but we've put in an increase of about 5% on the 3-year average. I think that's it. So for the next one, the next line item, I would say 374 under sidewalk maintenance, under equipment. We will be doing in-house work, so that would be for the rental of the grinder. And again, under the sidewalk, sand removal, under line 393, the materials. Again, we will need to purchase brooms for the sidewalks as well. This is very similar to the one before. Last time we did this was in 2023, so they're due to purchase new ones. And then the shared services, we do have, we have time allocated to, or under the labor account, the 405, and that's for the labor, and that could be for kind of like assisting with OPP, assisting with kind of boarding up the windows during a fire. So that's where that would go. The next page, for the tree dump, we have gone up on line 417 under contracts of $5,000, and this is for the chipping and the grinding, and then as well as the hauling. If we go down to line 441 under contract climate action, this is so we have 8 years to complete the milestones. So these funds will be going towards finishing up the three milestones that we have left. And that's it for that one. We go to the next page. When we spoke about, if you look at the line 463, this is when we said that we would use, if we needed to contract out any work due to a mechanic being off, we would take it out of the sick leave there. The second line after that is the 464, transfer to reserve. This is where the slide is up on the screen, and this is the new sidewalk reserve that the roads department has proposed to create. And this would be for underserviced sidewalk areas in Pembroke. There are some gaps which include Broadway and Fraser. And this would be, like, the funding would be set aside annually to build funds to address the gaps in the sidewalk coverage across the city of Pembroke. And this item in the draft budget, $25,000 contribution is equal to 0.10% levy increase, just to give you guys an idea on that. Okay, so that concludes pretty much the roads then, and as you can see, it's a 13.92% overall increase from last year's budget. Is there any discussions or questions?
Councillor Jacquinot, then Keel, and then Mayor Gervais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to salting, I know that salt has a reaction with concrete, especially around bridge abutments, sidewalks. Do we use any particular type of salt that gives us a better handle on the erosion, the corrosion? Or do we use regular salt and then have to go and fix the sidewalks the next year?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we use standard salt. Our salt is pre-treated when it's delivered to the city, helps it activate quicker. We used to use a liquid product and we would spray the salt as it was coming off the equipment. That is even more highly corrosive than regular salt, so we stopped using that and we use a pre-treated product. Salt is unfortunately detrimental to concrete. We do seal some of our sidewalks prior to salting, so after they're constructed, we sometimes will seal them with a product. And the bridge abutments, as Marcia had mentioned earlier, we're going back to sealing our bridge abutments that help protect it from that salt.
So there's no other product that alleviates the corrosion? I know that, the domestic product, you can buy a certain type of salt that you can, it's a bluish in color or greenish in color. Is that more expensive? Is that available to municipalities, or just to stop the corrosion? Because it seems rather ludicrous that you're salting something and then the next year you gotta go and repair it. One defeats the other.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the residential product that you buy at the local hardware store is not as long-lasting as road salt. So we would have to apply over and over again throughout an event rather than just once. And we have researched a number of products. The Ontario Good Roads Association has been researching various different products for years. Unfortunately, salt is the best product out there to maintain the roads throughout the winter. And it's a give and take. The safety of those users versus having to go in and do some repairs at a later point. So it's one of those risk management items that we look at a regular basis. Some of the alternate products, molasses, for example, and some of those products, products out of the forestry industry that have been used, don't have the same melt point, and they have a refreeze point, so you apply those products, and if the temperature changes and you get a drop in temperature, it can actually make matters worse rather than better. So salt is what we're using.
Just to follow up, and then I'll quieten up. I know we have a multi-million-dollar water treatment plant, or a pollution treatment plant. Many of those substructures are concrete-based. Is there any long-term effects on that particular facility from the salt?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the drainage off the roads goes into the storm sewer system and not into the sanitary system, so it's not making its way down to the treatment plant. It goes into our ditches and storm sewers, and at various locations throughout the city, we have devices in our storm sewer system to help alleviate those issues. And of course, anything washing into a grassed area is filtered through that grassed area.
Mr. Keel?
Can we get at some point the total labor costs that have all been broken out? So, like, how much of this 540, like, there was a lot of labor, separate line items. I'm just wondering if we can get what the total actually is. At some point. I don't need it now.
No, certainly that's something I can do on break.
Okay.
Mayor Gervais, then Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is around line 441 contract, and it says climate action, and there's 40,000 being budgeted. And I know we recently received a presentation in terms of the different milestones, and as I said then, I'm all for trying to do what I can for the environment, but not at the same time breaking the bank either. And so I'm trying to understand what the 40,000 is required for. Is it because it's under contract? Is the full 40 required this year? If we were to lower it to 20,000 and next year another 20,000, can you do it then, given that we have 8 years to do it? That's where I'm at. I'm trying to find some place to reduce this budget impact.
So essentially there's a number of milestones in the program. So the third milestone is to develop a local action plan. So to develop this study is estimated to be 40,000. So we have not done any procurement for this, as we have just wrapped up milestone 2, which was presented to council. So there's no financial commitment for this funding. We do have a number of years to work through the milestones in our commitment. But for us to be able to award the contract, we would need, like, I guess, a budget pre-commitment if we wanted to start that work, in Q3 or Q4, because we do expect it to cost around 40,000 to complete the third milestone. It could, I think, be done over 2 years, or I don't know about deferral. I will pass the mic over to.
Through you, Mr. Chair. We could definitely postpone the next milestone and do the next milestone in a year from now rather than 2025. We could do it in 2026. We do have that period of time under the FCM program. We could start it in 2025 and extend it over 2 years. I'm not sure that would be necessarily beneficial. When you get a consultant rolling on a project, sometimes they want to roll through that project and get it done, and doing it over 2 years may not be as beneficial. It is something that the Beautification and Climate Committee have been pushing for us to continue with the milestones. They've got several suggestions based on the last milestone that was provided. So they would definitely be looking for this milestone to continue in 2025. But as far as operations is concerned, we have no issue with postponing that.
Chair, if I would move to reduce line 441 to 20,000, in other words, removing 20,000 out of the budget.
Should we remove 20,000 from the milestone budget, seconded by Councillor Giacono? And for Councillor Purcell, you wanted to speak, and then we have Councillor Keel.
Thank you, Mayor. That's exactly what I was thinking. In fact, things may change in that, in terms of moving forward. There's probably a potentially big blue wave coming our way. I'm not saying that it's not important, but I think it's an opportunity maybe to defer the whole cost at this time, based on 11% increase that's proposed for our residents right now. Yeah, I think that's appropriate, and not even with $20,000. I would just suggest that we just look at it next year, the entire amount. So I'll make that motion.
Is that an amendment? Seconder? Councillor Frenier? Vote on the amendment? Or discussion first on the amendment? Councillor Giacono?
Mr. Chair, I think that, the idea about the milestones truly important. We look around us, even in our own community, we've had excessive rainfalls, so unusual. I know on my street, there was a washout of the culverts, et cetera. So our, the operations department, God bless them, they were there, fixed it. The next day it rained again, everything washed out again. It was double duty. So there's got to be some focus on addressing those particular issues, because the climate is changing. So, we're going to go there once and fix it, but we're not doing it properly. So we have to address the focus on what the plans will be for the future based on the intense weather programs. You look in Toronto, the Don Valley Parkway, just flooded, people stranded. We can't deny it, and to eliminate it totally, I think would not be proper. I would suggest that 20,000 is adequate. I know we have a tough budget here, but I still think by just eliminating it totally, we're really going to be burying our heads in the sand, because what's coming. Look outside today. We've got 7 degrees of weather. We got freezing rain. Weather that is sort of not common to this time of the year. We're usually used to snow, et cetera. So the climate is changing, whether we want to accept it or not. It's getting warmer. It's cyclical. We've gone from a glacial period. The Earth works in cycles. So I would be voting against eliminating it totally. That's just my comment. Thank you.
Keel?
Okay. I'm perplexed with both sides of this motion. I agree with Councillor Giacono that this isn't going away. I think we ignored it for a number of years, if not a number of decades, before we started realizing or allowing ourselves to say that climate change is real. So I don't know that pushing this down pushing the full 40,000 down the road, as Councillor Purcell just said, we might be looking at a huge OPP increase next year. So pushing this to next year, number one, can only assume the contract will get more expensive. We're losing time on getting the information we need to make decisions about what we need to make decisions on. So that's getting more expensive. But I also don't, I mean, the treasurer just told us that she expects the contract to cost about $40,000. So I don't understand half budgeting for it either. I mean, we're gonna budget $20,000 this year and I don't know, put out a tender and hope that they want half their money at the end. Like, I don't quite understand. If we're gonna go forward for it, I think we need to budget for it, and if we're not gonna go forward, I think that's a mistake, so I don't disagree with the mayor. I mean, we gotta find some cuts somewhere here, but I'm not sure either one of these is actually gonna be monetarily beneficial moving forward.
The treasurer and then the mayor.
So just from a procedural point of view, if only half the budget is approved, understanding that it could take up to 40,000 in funding, then how the staff would have to approach it is we would have to tender it in the fall, award it in November, and bring that award to council. So council would have to approve it and like pre-approve the balance of funding that we need to complete the work as to be included in the 2026 budget. And so they would really only start the work in December. So we should still only, we should only incur, I would think, like 20,000 is a lot for a month's worth of work, I would think, in that project, unless,
Through you, Mr. Chair, further to what the treasurer has mentioned, that's the way I would look at it. We'd start the project late in the year and carry it into 2026. So although it may cost us $40,000, we wouldn't expend more than 20 in year one of that project, and we do the rest in the spring. By doing it that way, it would give us an opportunity to go through all the information that has been provided to us by the Beautification and Climate Action Committee. They've got a number of suggestions, and they have reviewed the last milestone in detail, so it would give us that opportunity to go through that before we hired our consultant. So phasing it over the 2-year period would be a practical solution.
Gervais, then I'll speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Effectively, yes. What I was trying to do is span it over 2 years so that it isn't just one blip this year. And yes, I don't doubt that there's climate action. I know that in operations, we talk about, I call it supersizing culverts and so forth, because the ditches can't handle the flow when there is flow, because it's in torrential downpour and so forth. So it's just to try and minimize some of the impact this year, spread it out over 2 years. And as I've told the deputy mayor, prior to starting today, it may be that we have to circle back at some point after we get through the budgets and circle back to as we've done in previous years. And so seemingly we didn't make motions to cut certain things previously, whether it be positions or otherwise, but it might be that we're circling back and making decisions before this budget process is over.
Thank you. So I can't support wiping it out for this year. I do like Mr. Lewis's proposal to start late fall and then carry over the following budget year. Mayor Gervais and I sit on the Beautification and Climate, or Councillor Jacquino and I sit on the Beautification and Climate Advisory Committee, who are very dedicated under the leadership of Ann McKay, the chair. And yes, Ann and the committee did review the last report, which they had some concerns with, and they brought them to Ms. McLaughlin, and they'll be discussed with staff. Working very diligently. I don't think climate should be sloughed off. We have a real climate crisis in the world, and I know we're trying to save funds here. So I can't support this amendment, but I'll support the other one due to budget constraints. So we'll call the vote. Amendment is to wipe out the 40,000 and deal with it next year. Those in favor? Is that your amendment?
Yeah, can we get a recorded vote, please? Thank you.
Okay. Recorded vote.
Okay, so are we clear on the amended motion, or do you want to,
You can read it again.
can you read that again, just for clarification? Councillor Purcell?
To delay, sorry, thank you. Go back here. To delay the implementation of the, I just can't see it on my sheet here. Where was it? What number was that? Thank you. On the wrong page, that's why. Line 443. No, it's not. Sorry.
441.
441. Thank you. There it is. To defer the $40,000 for milestone 3 commitment to 2025, allowing us 8 years to complete 3 more milestones.
Okay,
7 more years to complete 3 more milestones. Sorry, 2026, I apologize.
okay. So since you called the recorded vote, Councillor Purcell, first vote.
Yay.
Deputy Mayor Brian Abdallah,
No.
Councillor Ed Jacquino,
No.
Councillor Ian Keel,
Nay.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere,
Yay.
and Mayor Ron Gervais.
Nay.
Okay, so the nays have it 4-2.
So,
Defeated.
yeah, that's right. So go back to the original motion made by Mayor Gervais, seconded by Councillor Jacquino, to cut 20,000 from the $40,000 milestone 3 line item. Any further discussion? Those in favor? Those opposed? 1 carried. Frenier?
So I want to talk about the new position, the administrative assistant, I believe was the title of that position they're being requested in your department, correct?
Where's,
Did I not hear someone at the beginning of this say there's an additional position?
That position, oh, sorry.
I'm getting some funny looks, so maybe I misunderstood.
So through the chair, so that position was part of the reorganization that we did with our payroll implementation as we reorganized the duties between 2 positions within the department. And so we created, instead of having a operations secretary and a buyer timekeeper reporting to the treasury, we have a purchasing assistant reporting to treasury and an administrative coordinator reporting to Mr. Lewis, and they're both staffed positions. So we just did an internal reorg.
Okay, because I
So-
thought it was a new position. It isn't. It's just
No.
a reorganization of who they report to.
Yep,
Okay, and what
and-
budget they come out of.
Yeah, and the duties that they do.
Okay,
Yep.
that's good. Thank you.
Councillor Purcell, yes.
In terms of the $78,000 variance, is that the 2 salaries combined, or? I don't know.
So through the chair, I can answer that one. So that would be the combination of the additional admin position reporting into that department, as well as cost of living adjustments, would be the combination of those 2 items. Yeah, so it reduced the HR purchasing budget. Yep.
And what's the breakdown in terms of the cost of living for the additional position? Because this is just over, this is not the full year, right?
So I would have to go back to my notes, but a number of operations employees are split over multiple, basically multiple departments, because the central admin also does work for collection and distribution, water and sewer. So we do split a number of the employees that report into the operations department, including Mr. Lewis, Ms. McLaughlin, Ms. Ryan, between roads, water, and sewer. So again, some of it's like you're not necessarily seeing the whole number there, just because we split to show a fair cost between roads, water, and sewer, which are funded differently than just road operations.
Lewis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the road supervisor is also included in that salary line item. So the road supervisor, as Madam Treasurer has mentioned, that's the road supervisor, the admin coordinator, the civil tech, a portion of my salary, and we get split in various different locations. So there's a number of salaries included in that. So it's the cost of living increase on all of those salaries, as well as the switch from treasury to operations for that admin coordinator. So that's all involved in that $78,000.
Next item.
Okay, so the next item that we'll talk about is the maintenance, and that's on page 44. So we do have like crosswalk maintenance, so on line 497, crosswalk maintenance. We do have some damage to some of the traffic signs there, so we'll be working at getting them fixed, as well as line 498, traffic signal maintenance. We do also have an LED bulb replacement program, but so you'll see an increase in there of $2,000. So we'll be looking at doing those. On the next page, on the regulatory signs on line 506 under materials, so we do have an increase there of $4,000. So we will be doing some replacements. We are a little bit behind, so we'll be focusing on that in 2025. And then line 509 is the contract. This is for the reflectivity testing, which we'll be doing in 2026. So we will not have a budget item there for 2025. However, it will come to you in 2026. And I believe that's pretty much it for traffic control. So that, as you can see, traffic control is an increase of 12.24%. Any questions and comments?
For Keel.
What's this stealth unit, $5,000?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have a number of speed signage that we have out on the roads. One of them needs to be replaced, and we'd also like to purchase a stealth unit. We'll call it a stealth unit. Basically, it doesn't display. It collects the data that we require as far as speed is concerned, traffic counts and so forth, but doesn't display the speed on the sign itself. It's just a box, provides us with the data, and we use that in locations where we need to garner data to make decisions, but we don't necessarily want to affect the driving habits of the general public. There are times where we want to deal with traffic management, we want to actually see what's happening in that location, but we don't want to change that habit. If you use a display unit that shows you what your speed is, changes colors, sometimes they have the little happy face. If you use that, it changes the person's habit. We don't necessarily want to do that in certain circumstances where we want to check warrants for various different traffic management situations or solutions and so forth. We want to collect the data without people knowing that we're collecting the data. That's the stealth unit.
Okay, so the last section here is under streetlights. You'll notice that they're under contracts 533. They're basically we've taken this line item out of the budget and we've just replaced it on line 74, which is part of the mesh system that we have now in place. And that's it. And that's streetlights is a zero, and I guess a negative 0.18% hit on the budget. Does anyone have any questions?
Councillor Frenier.
More of a comment, if Brian wants to reply again. Snow removal. I know people think, oh, gee, we must be saving a bundle from last year because it was an easy winter when it came to snow. But that's not necessarily true, is it, Brian? Because salting, because of the conditions we see today, probably kind of is a wash, is it not, between when we have icy conditions or when we have big dumps of snow? Could you clarify that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So yes and no. When we have mild weather, climate change doing what it's doing to us, when we have mild weather like we do today, we spend a lot of time dealing with that ice formation. We may not see precipitation coming down, but we had a freeze thaw last night, and we're dealing with icing conditions this morning. So there's those type of things. We're still out there salting. We're still dealing with the sidewalks. The sidewalk machines are running constantly, whether we have precipitation or not, due to those freeze thaw cycles. So on that side, we're not saving much. Any savings that we do have in a good year go into the winter control reserve for those years where we get plummeted with precipitation and have to deal with it, so we don't overrun the existing budget. We can use the reserve to supplement. In 2024, we did have a very good year. Significant savings in winter control activities, and we took advantage of that to purchase some items for traffic management and so forth. Council may remember the hard barricades that were purchased and some of the other items that we purchased to help with traffic management. We used surplus funds out of winter maintenance so that we didn't have to go into general capital reserves for those items.
So just further to that, on that note, do you forecast there's going to be, like if, obviously this weather patterns are continuing. We may have the same kind of winter by the look of it. You forecast that we're going to have surpluses as long as these weather conditions continue?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if we continue with these conditions, we'll probably have a bit of a surplus, more on the snow removal side of things. But I don't have a crystal ball, and the information that I'm receiving so far is we're going to end up with a typical winter or more. So we could be in a significant weather situation come 2025. And although we look at, generally, we as the general public look at the winter season being November through into spring, budget-wise, it's January through December.
Right.
So we don't know what's going to happen next fall either.
That's right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that concludes the that concludes the roads budget. We are moving to recreation. So thank you to Ms. Hawthorne for going over the roads budget for us. Okay, so we have to skip ahead just a couple pages to start at parks and facilities on page 50. So to start off, we are seeing an increase in salaries full-time. The budget this year includes a request for 2 additional operators. I guess from Treasury's perspective, over the past year and a half, we have been, I would say, grilling Mr. DeRoche and Mr. Brown pretty hard on levels of service, trying to understand what levels of service his department can support. I know both Ms. Belair and I did formal asset management training, and we had to do an assignment, and we both, picked on the recreation department to do our assignment. And certainly through the interviews that we had to do, we did reveal, for example, for the pool, we only have one pool operator that works 7 days a week. So we would say that that's a gap in staffing. We don't currently operate the pool when it's open on a Sunday. So if we ever were to offer that service, that's going to be an issue. And as well, if the current operator retires, are we going to be able to continue having a 7-day work week for an individual? So I know Ms. Belair has been working again quite a bit with both Jordan and Joe to try to get a better idea, because our next asset management plan, we have to address levels of service to try to get a better understanding of like what kinds of levels of service can we sustain for a park, because we have looked at other asset management plans. And, some of the better ones for Parks and Rec actually have a list of every park and what kind of maintenance, what kind of maintenance can be done for each park in terms of grass cutting and, different activities when it's open, when it's closed. And staffing kind of reflects that. So every time we want to change it, there is a discussion also about how that impacts staff. So we have been working to try to develop those materials, I would say over the past couple months. So I do understand that. I think part of the request kind of stems from some of those conversations, because we are trying to better establish, what kinds of levels of service can we support with the staff that we have. So I don't know if you want to add to that, Mr. Drochet?
Thank you, Angela. I think just some of the few things that I'd like to mention is we heard from Mr. CEO Unruh yesterday and talked about the staffing complements over the past few years. Parks and Recreation wasn't included in that. As the years have passed, our responsibilities have increased. 25 years ago, we didn't have a waterfront to maintain, which is now home to a lot of programming and different events that take place. Neither did we have a beautiful walkway that connects the waterfront to Riverside Park that we're constantly maintaining. We have rigorous CSA regulations for standards for children's playground equipment and servicing to abide by now. We also have summer ice operations, which we didn't have in the past. We also have expo and options that we look after in the springtime. And while a lot of times when you see an event, it might be a day or two event, but that's also a week-long worth of operations out of our time, and we're trying to transition into a lot of different things. So I can certainly go on and on and on, but I think the point here is that we stretch ourselves to a point where we do have to make some decisions. Most recently, I think that just in discussion with roads, we're experiencing a lot of impacts due to climate change. Climate change is real. It's very real, and it's very real for our department. And since my arrival with the city in 2022. Climate change was already beginning to impact things, and this is really nothing new for any recreation departments or our industry straight across the province, the country. And with these impacts, they are worsening, and we're looking for and seeking some assistance to make sure that we can mitigate some of this. And currently, the department is experiencing extended seasons in both the beginning of spring as well as into the fall. And I think that's really important to look at and to understand. So in the springtime, we're on our mowers 3 to 4 weeks sooner than what we have been in the past. When that spills over into the fall, we're into our parks into the month of November. This current year, we were still cutting grass in the month of November. Generally, we're putting our machines away in the middle of September, and we're focusing on our ice operations. And just so that everyone is aware, if we cut all the grass throughout the city, we're averaging 130 hours a week. That's 3 full-time employees on 3 machines. So it is quite extensive, and we are seeing those impacts now as we try and transition into arena operations. So they are creating inefficiencies, and some of the biggest inefficiencies that we're seeing is summer ice as an example. So this past year in 2024, we had 339 hours of ice over 27 days. So we averaged 12.5 hours per day. That takes 2 staff people out per day for 27 days in the month of August. Now, because we have our ice operating at the PACC in the month of August, then that spills over into September. So you can see the gap that when we're getting into ice operations in August, and although that we're starting our ice operations in August, we're actually starting our ice operations in July because we're starting up the plant, 14 days before that. So again, this is something that is certainly impacting our operations within the department. The other thing to consider here too is just with the changes and the 35, 40-degree weather, this is certainly impacting our equipment, our infrastructure within these facilities. So it's something else to consider as well. Some other inefficiencies that we're experiencing is daytime ice rentals in our arenas. So some of these transitional periods are getting very difficult to manage. So, right now in the month of September, we have a lot of school bookings. We have a lot of different daytime bookings where we're trying to manage our ice operations. We're trying to manage our park operations at the same time. We're also struggling with snow removal in our facilities. I know last year, because of some of the situations, we went to contracting for the PACC. That worked really well. I'd like to see that perhaps at our PMC, our Kinsman Pool, as well as Riverside Park. Given council has many tough decisions today, obviously, and the past 2 days with the current budget deliberations, there is a clear need and ask for staff. I do have a couple options here that we can consider that can maybe help us out here. So two options. First option is that we do provide the department with two full-time persons for Parks and Facilities section of the department. So that'd be one full-time general class maintenance position, and the other full-time position would be it'd be a shared position, so it'd be class general maintenance / pool operator. So if we do receive those positions, I feel that we can operate as per usual. We can continue with summer ice operations, daytime bookings, and any other kind of things that happen with our transitional times. Option two, we could provide one full-time position. So the position would be for the general maintenance / pool operator. We would remove summer ice operations, push the PACC opening back to the end of September. So by doing so, it will allow us, the department, an additional 6 to 8 weeks to transition from parks to ice, and then we can transition into the PACC. Direct staff to end sports field bookings by August 31st to successfully transition into the operations at both the PMC as well as the PACC in the month of September. The shared position of the general maintenance / pool operator position would allow us to keep those daytime rentals in these transitional times. And it'll also help support a retention plan for our pool operator who has 40 years underneath his belt, and he's ready to retire it could be any given day. So this position will also be instrumental in assisting the department in vacation coverage for all staff. Yes, we might not be able to cover all vacation times given operational requirements, but in 2025, so in this upcoming year, we're going to see over 2,500 hours of vacation time amongst our staff. That doesn't include our wellness days, that doesn't include our sick days. So essentially that equates to us being short 1.25 staff per day. So again, I mentioned contracting some snow removal at PMC, Kinsman Pool, and Riverside Park. I think with option two, that would be certainly extremely helpful to the department. Thank you.
Councillor Purcell and Councillor Keel.
Thank you, Jordan, for your report. And thank you for, taking into consideration, the bigger picture. And I do appreciate that. I know we had some discussions yesterday. I think it's really, really important that we understand, we just talked about climate change and those kinds of things. Trying to maintain summer ice is very difficult and very hard on the equipment. Right now, we have some concerns with the floor in certain areas, and it makes it really difficult to the point where, they had to go to an outside municipality to get slush so that they could make the ice in the summertime. So we really need to think about, the services that we're providing, and are they appropriate to provide? And what are our core functions? So in discussions with, with the director, I would move that we remove the one operator and the programmer requested, with the condition that we contract out snow removal also at the PMC parking lot, and that we remove the summer operations of the rink as discussed in option two. And I think maybe I went one step further in terms of the programmer request. Is that still aligned, Jordan?
Yeah, through the chair, I can speak to that next
Please.
if you wish.
Okay. So maybe what I could do is just delay until and then we'll put in one motion. Does that make sense, or do you want two separate motions? Chair?
We'll have Mr. DeRoche speak, and then you can make two separate motions.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the third position for the department is for the recreation specialist admin support position. And as council is aware, the department worked on a Parks and Recreation master plan that began in August of 2023 and then was adopted in September of 2024. So the Recreation Master Plan has 73 recommendations. So this doesn't exclude any subcategories of each recommendation. The master plan is set to be complete in 10 years. So that's averaging 7.3 recommendations per year, excluding any subcategories to deal with each recommendation. Each recommendation, of course, is going to require oversight. It's going to require delivery and ongoing maintenance of these recommendations as we move forward in our recreation services. It's also going to require managing any budgets and milestones that are associated with the Recreation Master Plan itself. The Recreation Master Plan is certainly a huge undertaking, and I need help with it. Some other gaps in the department that we struggle with is funding opportunities. There are tons of grants that come across my desk, and if I'm being honest right now, we just don't have the time to apply for these. I think there are some small wins in the grant world that I think that if we had the assistance, we could probably get $10,000 here, $20,000 there, and again, improve recreation services as a whole. The position would also help foster growth in recreational activities within the community, so there'd be a support system for the department. The position would also look at optimizing the use of park space and recreation facility spaces through partnership opportunities. This is something that has come out of the Recreation Master Plan. I think it's critical to the department, but again, it lacks time, it lacks the resources that we need. The position would also enhance and prepare updated new agreements for the department, of course, under the direction of myself. So a couple of them that we're looking for is recreation agreements, updating those, school agreements, tree management plan and policies. So again, we've had good intentions to get these items done, but unfortunately, we need help at this point in time. So I proposed another couple options for council as well for this position. 3 options. 1, hire a full-time recreation special admin position to assist the director with the previous mentions. 2, hire a recreation special admin position on a contract position for 18 to 24 months with options to renew. And 3, shelf the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, grant opportunities, and updating policies and agreements until future budget deliberations. Thank you.
Councillor Purcell, and then Councillor Frenier. Or, oh, sorry. Okay, well, I looked down. I didn't see your hand up, sorry. It's okay.
Okay, as the chair, thank you very much. So Jordan and I did talk as well, and I'm really glad that he's mindful of what's happening at the table. You know, a lot of people are asking for staff, and we really have to analyze why and where and money. But that being said, a little history lesson. Not everybody around the table knows exactly how the staffing has gone over the years in different departments. Parks and Facilities used to have its own manager, separate from Recreation. Recreation had its own manager. Then we sort of combined the departments and one manager. So a lot more responsibility. It's the only department in the city that doesn't have their own admin assistant. The manager does all his own admin. Now, I know you think, okay, Joanne's in the office. Joanne she's the booking coordinator, plus she pays all the bills, she does all the invoicing. She's heavily taxed, literally. I love this suggestion. I love the way Jordan's thinking out of the box. Okay, how can we accommodate? And he heard the discussions yesterday around contract and full-time and things. And he knows the master plan is a driving force here to try to get things moving. The contract, I like that idea. Thank you for throwing that out at us, because it does give us that bridge of moving forward, pushing that master plan forward. There's a lot of things that recreation does that maybe you can't see. We have many different things going on in the city, you know, the snow spree, and that could be expanded if we had more staff, you know. The Civic Youth Awards in the spring, they basically work with the committee on that, and that's a large undertaking. They have all the events that go on in the summer, the waterfront, you know, and as Jordan said. Then in winter, we transition, but there's always requests for events. I have no problem endorsing. I'm glad he kind of moved it down but I'm really saying we need both. We need that full-time position he's talking about. We need to cancel the summer ice, because when you look at revenue versus expenses, you know, and I know many councillors have been reaching out to recreation departments saying, you know, I got a complaint because we won't host this soccer tournament, and we won't do this, and we won't do that. Well, you can't do it without help. And so I'm just going to advocate for recreation here, because they have not added staff. They've actually lost staff over the time I've been here. And the increase in demand in wellness and lifestyle and recreation have increased. If you notice, our rinks are full, you know, everything's great. So anyway, that's my little minute of glory here to defend what Jordan's asking for. So thank you.
And Councillor Purcell, then Councillor Keel.
Thank you, Chair. So I move that we'll start with the operator. I move that we remove one operator so that we will hire one operator as requested. Again, with the condition that we contract out the snow clearing and removal of the PMC, and that we remove the summer operations of the rink as per option 2 stated by the Director of Parks and Recreation.
We have a seconder. Councillor Frenier. Speak to the motion. Councillor Keel.
Okay, I have one problem with the motion, which is how much is the contract for the snow clearing going to cost? We don't even have that in front of us, but we're saying let's do that. I don't know how we can say let's do that without knowing what it even costs. I agree, I think I'd like to explore that road, but I don't think we're there yet, is my only concern with the specific motion. And if I can address recreation more generally, I got to tell you, when I was running for election, this was not a department I thought I would have much of an interest in. Luckily today, Councillor Lafreniere is not pushing any more sweets in front of me. But this is one of the departments that I think, I mean, the public doesn't deal on a regular basis with finance and that. I mean, they get their tax bill and they come in and they pay things. Roads, they frankly just have a general expectation that when they get up in the morning, they're going to drive to work and the road's going to be cleared. Parks and Rec is probably one of the main departments that the public actually engages with, actually, don't take this the wrong way, all the other department heads, but enjoys. You know, if the fire chief and his men are showing up at your house, it's probably not a good experience. But when they're in the parks, I mean, the number of events that we had this summer. 2 years ago when I was on the campaign trail, everybody just kept, there's nothing to do in Pembroke, there's nothing to do in Pembroke. There was so much stuff to do in Pembroke this summer, I was getting tired of going to events. Like, it was packed. And, you know, again, I'm just trying to explain where my mind's coming from. When you're running for election, like, you don't expect, until you're around this table, and I think Councillor Jacquinot and Councillor Lafreniere and the mayor and the deputy mayor will agree, you know, you don't think you're going to be spending time getting yelled at in Walmart because it's April, it's nice out, I'm walking my dog, but there's no garbage cans at the marina. And you're like, well, that wasn't something I personally thought of. But of course, when it's nice out, people start walking around. And, you know, so I do what I'm assuming every councillor does. You call up Jordan and you say, why aren't there trash cans in the park? Like, there's hundreds of people down there. And he says, well, everybody's working inside in the rinks and I don't have somebody to go out and do that. And this leads me to something that I believe Councillor Lafreniere said during the debate, which was, you can have everything you want if you're willing to pay for it. I'm not happy that our budget is currently at around 10 or 11%. But I got to tell you, we're dealing with a lot of things that the people are telling us they want. And now we're kind of sitting here saying, well, you know, we better pare this back for them. Well, are we listening to them or are we not listening to them? I mean, I got to be honest with you, nobody wants higher taxes. I own 2 buildings in town, one of which is a commercial building. I don't really want a 10% increase. But the problem that I have with everything Jordan's asked for is this is what I've been hearing for the last 2 years. We just did a recreation master plan. What's the point of doing a recreation master plan if we're not going to implement the recreation master plan? So I'm not going to lie. Until this morning, I think I was probably, Jordan, looking at you thinking this might be the low fruit to save some time on, but I think you probably have at least 2 pretty major retirements coming up relatively soon, and I mean major retirements for your department, of some exceptionally skilled and committed people who I personally have grown to love in your department. I don't think this is an area where we can cut, even though I wanted to until this morning. So I like your options. So now I'll turn to where I do think we do need to review some cuts, and that is the summer ice. I mean, here's another thing that I guess the average person wouldn't realize as we're sitting around this table. Last year, we said we wanted a 5% increase in rec fees, and we did that. With a 5% increase, we actually still have a bigger deficit in this budget. So we increased fees 5% in the hopes of closing the gap, and the gap actually still got bigger this year. So, are we going to take heat if we have a really bad budget? Well, we're not like the province. We have to actually raise money to spend it. We can't download to anybody else. But at the same time, again, when it comes to the stuff that Jordan's proposing, and to Councillor Lafrenie's point at the debate 2 years ago, the people are telling me this is the stuff they want. So am I going to cut that to pretend that I know better than they are to give them a tax break? They're going to be mad. Whether we do a 4% increase, a 6% increase, an 8% increase, or a 10% increase, they're going to be mad. They've been mad. They were mad when you were doing 2% increases. So I'm on this one. I'm going to sort of change my mind from where I was even last night going back through this, and I'm going to lean on, I think, what was some sage advice from Councillor Lafreniere, which was, if the people want stuff, they just have to want that they're going to pay for it. So I'm going to support going in the direction we're going, and I'm going to echo the mayor's comments that maybe we're going to have to circle back in well, we always do circle back in January, but maybe I'll also just appeal to the other departments to say, can you find anything in places? We have heard some departments say, well, today with the milestone, well, maybe we could pull a little back. Maybe the department heads between now and January could look at some items that maybe are optional that we just haven't seen here on council, or the department head hasn't brought up. But I think on this one, this is just too important, and this is something that people do regularly ask me about. So I'm going to take the lead of our department chair and vice chair.
Councillor Giacono, then the treasurer. Would you like to speak? Is that okay, Councillor Giacono?
Yes, through you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. Yep.
So we have been working on doing a few calculations back here. So I don't know if the size is necessarily the same, because I was trying to think of what is one of the biggest City Hall parking lots that we have cleared by an outside provider. So the City Hall Sussex parking lot back here costs $330 per event to clear. On average, we have 14 winter events per month between December and March. So to do, the full parking lot here annually is $18,480. I would argue the PMC parking lot's probably a little larger, I would think. So it would be, more than that. So let's put it that way. I think, we'd have to get a formal quote to get a more precise number, but it's going to be more than $18,500 to clear that lot in the wintertime.
Okay, so we have Councillor Giacono, then Lafreniere and Purcell, then we'll vote on it and take a break after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really challenging. Every department almost seems to be reaching out, saying we need more people. We can't do the job. It's almost exasperating, or they're almost begging for the position. I don't believe they're trying to create additional silos. They're just acting out of desperation that, they've tried their best, they've juggled, they've moved people around. They've tried to do the utmost to make it work, and it's still challenging. It still isn't working. So to me, that says we have to make some drastic decisions, as Councillor Purcell alluded to. The summer ice, people are going to have to understand we're going to have to make sacrifices, and if they want that service, then they're going to have to somehow offset the cost of paying for it. And if that's not good enough, our role here is to make those tough decisions. The idea that, just listening to Jordan, that he's tasked more and more, and, when you look at our population sign as you come into the city of Pembroke, to me, that's not correct. Everywhere you look, there's a new building going up. I don't think the Stats Canada's got it right. We've got more people in the area, more activities. We're more of an attraction center than ever before from outside the community, but I think our general population has grown, and there's more demand on services. You close the pool, you have an outcry. People come to the forefront trying to help. As I said, if we need more of those services, people want that spring ice or whatever, or summer ice, then you better be willing to pay for it. And if not, we have to make our decision. So, I'd be voting in the recommendations that have been made. I think they're sage, and that if we're doing our best. If we have to have a budget increase, then so be it. Thank you.
Lafreniere, and then Purcell, and then Councillor Keel for the final one.
Yeah, just
I'll have a small comment.
Just briefly, what I'd like to see, I don't know if everyone's comfortable on voting on this motion until we have a little more information about how the dollar change is going to affect. If we remove summer ice, how much revenue are we losing? How much is it costing for snow removal? And just kind of see if we remove that one position from the budget, how is the dust settling on that? I don't know if we would give you till after lunch or whenever. You could come back to us. But I just want to remind council that we have the mat tax coming in this year. And like I said, the committee had recommended that it go to, let's face it, recreation. Look at the tourism events we've had in the city. The more we can support these events, the more successful they're going to be. I know we've got things coming in shortly requesting free setup of barricades downtown. Well, that all affects parks and facilities. So if we can, over the next year, try to formalize where the mat tax is going to go to, I certainly think it could support the recreation and parks and facilities departments so that they can, it'll enable them to do a better job even and not be so worn out. You're calling people in on overtime to do it. Anyway, that's just remember that mat tax, and that should come up with recreation in the next meetings. Thank you.
Councillor Keel.
I'm just, the one thing that I did forget to ask is I'm wondering if there's other opportunities to potentially contract stuff out. As far as I know, we have a lot of specialized stuff, especially when you're dealing with in-house in the rinks or whatnot. But I believe, Jordan, your department's also the one tasked with somebody literally running around the entire city to every park and parkette to change garbage. I believe the PBIA contracts out their garbage pickup. I don't know, maybe somebody in your department really likes picking up garbage, but I'm wondering, is that something we could contract out so that your trained and specialized staff can actually be focused on, well, frankly, picking up garbage is a completely unskilled job. And I realize there's union things, and I know there's stuff like that, but I would be putting it, I don't mean to take away from any employees or any collective bargaining agreements, but I don't know, maybe your staff wouldn't mind giving up the garbage route so that they could actually do real work. But I'm just wondering, have you explored any opportunities, or is that something maybe we could look at between now and January to see if there's some completely unskilled jobs we can slough off and have our guys doing the other stuff?
Yeah, so through the chair, so to answer your question, yeah, the department has explored some options. So with garbage pickup, it may not be pretty, of course, as we all know, but it does lend its hand to beautification as well. Right now, by us managing our own waste in our facilities, we're controlling that. But what we did look at is that, if we were to look at some kind of a contract, where could we look at that? So the way it works is that we have a variety of different locations throughout the city that gets picked up. But there is still garbage pickup internal to our facilities. So a lot of our parks and whatnot that we hire summer staff, and that's part of the job. They're trimming, they're picking up garbage, but they're bringing it to those depots where they're taken away by our full-time staff. So there may be partial contracts that we could look at, but I don't think the entirety of it would work for a contract. If we do contract garbage, we lose that sense of beautification. I know that on a regular basis, animals get into certain garbage cans, people upset things and all that kind of stuff. I just don't know if a contractor would be going beyond that and picking up what's been blown all over the place. So I still think that we would still be involved in some way, shape, or form. It happens more than what you think. It just, you may not see it because we're on it and we're taking care of it. But we have explored it, to answer your question. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We're going to vote on it. Do you want to postpone it till after lunch?
I move that we postpone it to the call of the chair.
Yeah, seconder. Those, Councillor Frenier, postpone the motion after lunch. Those in favor? Carried. Okay, we'll take a 15-minute break. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to our City of Pembroke Day 2 budget deliberations. We'll continue with recreation. Ms. Lochte?
So I'm trying to think where we're sitting. So I understand that a better estimate for the parking lot is 21,800 because there is a bigger parking lot that we have on the list this year. So yep. So I would say, probably in the range of $22,000 a year, it would cost to contract out the PMC parking lot, assuming a normal winter season. And I do believe that Mr. DeRoche has the revenue impact. If you wanted to speak to that?
Yeah, through the chair. So as far as the revenue for summer ice, it was a little north of $48,000. Thank you.
So we can, at lunchtime, we can look at like the staffing costs related to that, which I understand is the last piece. Okay.
In addition to the staffing costs, could we get an estimate of the energy costs also? Just a rough ballpark figure, and how many user groups there are, and which ones are from the area? Any other requests for that estimate?
It just gets a little bit more complicated when you look at preventive maintenance, equipment, longevity, travel to travel to a neighboring municipality to provide,
Yeah.
to get slush.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? There's
So just a general estimate.
I know, but there's
Yeah.
a lot of other factors, I
Right.
think, that are huge too, because, I mean, if we have to replace the ice surface, ahead of time, that's a huge cost
Right.
too. So I just want that to be in people's
Okay,
minds.
thank you.
Okay, so we'll continue on. So if I look down to line item 37, transfer to capital, because of the emphasis that we placed last year on the pool, which is funded separately, we are looking to see a decrease in the amount of money that Laurentian Valley will contribute to capital projects in 2025, because every year is based on the years before spend. So we do expect to see a 37,100 decrease in that amount that's contributed by Laurentian Valley this year. And I think this is where the cap gets complicated, because we have big years and little years, and, it's capped, but the years we underspend, they don't pay anything. So, that definitely makes it more complicated. For transfer to reserves, we are going to be making a fleet contribution of $99,000, which is reflective of the replacement cost of equipment. We did include continuing that rec building repairs of $76,000, and which I missed adding to the reserve schedule, but there has been discussions about creating a special reserve for the PAC score clock and potentially having some revenues donated to us through the minor hockey. And did you want to expand on that a little bit?
Thank you. So through the chair. So council may remember I brought a report last year with advertising over at the PACC. So minor hockey is looking to up their game, get some revenue dollars and whatnot. A portion of that comes back to the city. In discussion with minor hockey, they had asked, we're really looking to replace some things in the facility, and we'd like to donate money towards that. Would there be any chance that we could maybe put the money that we're earning for the city of Pembroke into a reserve that could offset a cost for the facility? So it's kind of a win-win, and that's what the dollar amount that Angela's speaking about. Thank you.
So we don't have a dollar figure for that yet, but and to me that would work similar to how we operate Bogey's Bar, where we hold on to a pool of money for a purpose, and then they will help direct how they want that money spent later on. So certainly, it's very helpful to be working with our partners to try to improve our facilities, and we appreciate that. So the next section is general maintenance, and this is where we code all of the maintenance related to our small parks that don't have their own section. So the bulk of that is just reallocating the benefit costs, from the salaries full-time down into this section. So again, every section you'll see the labor costs look a bit larger than normal. But once again, that's related to now benefit. It's not just salaries in that line, it's salaries and benefits together. And I can, similar to the roads, also, provide a kind of a rolled up summary of how much that equals, because it is hard to tell how much we spend on salaries when we divide it up. But I will say that we're required to divide up all of our salaries across the city to be able to comply with provincial reporting requirements at the end of every year, through the information that we have to submit to the province in our financial information return. So it definitely makes payroll accounting a little more complicated, just because of the provincial requirements. So the next section, provision of goods. There is a request to increase training to be more reflective of best practice and standard to retain staff. And the Ontario Recreation Association does offer some really great training that staff are interested in taking in the coming year. So the small tools and equipment budget is increasing by $5,000. So the department does require replacements to some equipment related to trimmers, mowers, and new tablets if the positions are approved. In terms of vehicle maintenance, as mentioned in the roads department, we have been experiencing some sick leave with the roads mechanics, and we do anticipate that we may need to contract out some maintenance and repair work that might need to be required. So if that is required, we will draw that down from our sick leave reserve. So that's a reserve we hold on to. It's an admin benefits reserve for sick leave type coverages in the city. And again, we have that both in roads, rec, and either water or sewer, as we'll see later on. So small tools recreation is the time spent maintaining tools, and so we have created this again in line with our new payroll software, just to track time similar to roads in that area. We haven't proposed any change to the tree canopy grant, so that's on the next page, page 52, lines 89 to 96. So we are still looking to operate a grant program next year. We have added a small budget of $4,700. So the $2,200 in labor is just an allocation of labor. We're not increasing labor for that amount. We're just reflecting that there is some staff time related to some community social issues and cleanup in the parks that are required because of homelessness. And we do sometimes need to contract out certain cleanup in the parks. So to better reflect that when we're talking to, the different ministries at the province, we are trying to isolate those costs better. And again, we just started doing this at the end of summer, so I would expect us to have better numbers for this in 2025 actuals. Health and safety equipment, the department is continuing to request $5,000 for that in 2025. Downtown maintenance has been adjusted downwards just based on actual costs in 2024. Moving on to page 53. Again, Kinsman Park is more labor cost driven, so no big change in that budget. There has been a small increase in materials for Centenary Park and the waterfront, just related to cost increases. Again, in Rotary Park, we do again anticipate a small increase in materials because we do need to add some additional protective netting around the outdoor rink in 2025. And we do anticipate some cost increases related to a contract and insurance related to that park. Pansy Patch Park, again, the increase is more related to labor as we continue to try to improve, I think, the parking situation in that park. Riverside Park, again, the labor is mostly benefits cost related. On page 55, line 214, we are anticipating that contract costs will increase by $10,500. And that's related to dust control at the park with calcium and grading. And the cost of field paint is continuing to rise. And we have, as opposed to putting it as a non-recurring budget, we feel that the best practice is just to annually put some dollars into trying to maintain and improve like one hole at a time, continually in terms of how we're going to operate the mini putts at Riverside Park. So we have added that $5,000 into this budget, and that's kind of been moved up from non-recurring, as we have had mini putt upgrades in the budget for a number of years now. Riverside Park Fieldhouse. With the elevator project, our CBO has been spending quite a bit of time in that building, and he has raised some concerns about water in the basement and water infiltration, which has been an issue for a number of years now, which I think we've struggled to understand how to fix. In talking to Mr. DeRoche, I think he expressed I don't know if it was you or the CBO, but you know, in today's standards, we probably wouldn't have built a basement in that particular facility, but there is a basement now and there's water in it, and we're going to need to figure out how to fix that for the structural integrity of the buildings. So we do feel that plumbing repairs are going to be needed, and that's something that we'll take a look at in next year. We have had a capital budget related line item for this for a while. I do believe we've kind of absorbed that into something else, so we might need to reintroduce that into the 2026 budget. I think once we've had better chance to understand what's going on and what some of the recommendations are to repair that. We do expect a small increase in the cost of flowers under our Keeping Pembroke Beautiful program. So looking at that budget on line 240, increasing by $200. Again, we have received donations, and the Rain Barrel campaign has been providing funding for the community garden that we have on the Care for properties. So we don't expect any expenses in that area. That's a volunteer-driven garden. Yeah, go ahead.
I can comment on that. So, yep, Mayor Gervais and I began that project a number of years ago. It's self-sustaining. We Rain Barrel sales, approximately $1,000 a year, and then donations from various individuals, businesses for plants, and then personal donations, and $20 per plot if they want to make a donation for their plot. And we also have 8 user groups. So there's no fee for them. So that's a wonderful project.
So on page 56, the waterfront development. So this is where the city shares costs with the Horticultural Society to maintain the gardens at the waterfront. I do understand there's an upcoming retirement for one of the gardeners, so we are looking to bring on an extra person in 2025 to learn and study under the current gardener. So this is driving the cost increase in the waterfront development section. For Fiddle Park, I have been in discussions with the treasurer of the Fiddle Association, and currently we do hold a reserve for damage to the field, which I understand, they don't, under the current agreement, they don't earn interest. It is a substantial amount of money, and now with a smaller event, it is, I would think, more funding than what we really need to hold for damage. So I will be bringing a report forward to amend the agreement and give some money back to the Fiddle Association. So expect to see that in the coming next couple budget meetings, a report on that. But we do anticipate less spending in terms of labor just because it is a smaller event, and we've adjusted the labor budget to be more in line with actual spending in 2024. So moving on to PMC, we have increased user fees, so we are expecting to see additional revenues of about $10,000 from that increase, and as well advertising revenues has increased post-COVID. I think attendance at our events is back to more of a post-COVID level, which is great to see. So we do expect overall to see a $16,000 increase in that budget. In terms of costs, we are expecting to see a $20,000 increase. Now, $5,000 of that is a reallocation from my budget to Jordan's budget because I'm now charging each building the actual cost of their internet services. And we have created a new line again for parking lot maintenance. Just to, again, to keep better track of that for asset management purposes. The next time we have to update our non-core asset management plan. In terms of PACC, we're looking at, I think, stable revenues from 2024 to 2025. In terms of costs on page 58, again, we used to charge out benefits because the two rinks and the pool are related to our agreement with Laurentian Valley, but now that's all, you can find that all in the labor line itself. So you do see some big minuses there. Again, the internet service for that facility has been added into the budget. And again, parking lot has been split out. But we do expect, regular maintenance in that older building to continue in 2025. In terms of maintenance for the Kinsman Pool, again, same thing applies. Because we have the new payroll system now, again, benefits are going down, labor costs are going up in that particular facility. Just adjusting the budget in line with how much our actual costs are coming in at for 2024 in terms of electrical and heating and that sort of thing. The marina, obviously the same thing. We have added internet service at the marina because of our rec booking software. So, we now have a better point of sale system at the marina for, the different services, including gas, concessions and that kind of thing, pump outs that get charged. So we do expect there to be some patching required at the parking lot of $5,000. So that's an increase. And just based on the bank service charges related to the cost of the marina, with so many people using credit cards, we are expecting to see an increase to the bank service charges for the marina next year. The last section in this group is just the different areas of revenue. So here we can see that, pretty much stable revenues are anticipated for Riverside Park, the campground, as well as, but we do anticipate the marina increasing. In 2025, the marina revenue. So for example, the fees for the marina, we're expecting to see increased from $79,000 to $85,000 based on feedback from the department. On the final page for parks and so for the parks side of Jordan's department, again, because we increased maintenance and repair, anticipating because we've had some sick leave with our in-house mechanics that we may need to farm out some work next year. And we do, because we have a project cost software now, we are changing how we manage our non-recurring projects. Before, we used to have to create a new GL account for every single project to be able to keep track of the costs. Now we can just assign project numbers and use the accounts that make sense in terms of when we're rolling our information up to our financial information return. So under line 475 materials, we do have 3 non-recurring projects that we need in 2025. So we do need to spend about $3,500 on replacing the 6x6 posts on the beach road. The department is looking to continue to improve directional signage for parks of about $15,000. So that's similar to last year's budget. And we are looking at flag poles for both arenas at a cost of $10,000. So that concludes the parks portion of Mr. DeRoche's budget. And I'll just pause it here for questions.
Councillor Frenier.
Thank you. So in light, through the chair, in light of the proposed cancellation of that one position, I'm imagining that it's going to affect the costs on line 63 and 64 possibly for training. It had indicated there it would be for 2 employees, so that's a very minor reduction in those lines, but I just wanted to note that. And also, in regards to the more social work that is being done, cleanup, as a result of encampment tents and stuff. I do believe that's going to be gone, or it's going to be greatly reduced, because I know that the Ford government has just given the municipalities more opportunity to get rid of the encampments where before we couldn't. And not to mention the 24-hour drop-in center that is now going to be operating in Pembroke. So I really think that is not going to be a factor next year. So I know that I think it's $4,700 in this budget. So I don't know if we want to get rid of it, because I think it won't be a problem next year. We just can take the tents down and individuals can go stay at that 24-hour drop-in center. So that's just a comment. I'm not sure if we want to leave it there in case. It's a small amount, but it all adds up.
Michelle had his hand up, and then Councillor Keel and Councillor Purcell, you can answer the question on the warming center, the length of, it was 5 months open?
Yeah, the typical timeframe is 5 months open at the warming center. That being said, they're also looking at the hard hub application. We should know at the end of December, by the end of December this month, in regards if we were successful or not to receive hard hub consideration. So that's some really good news, and I'm told that the warming center is operating appropriately right now. So there's actually being utilization of the warming center, so that's great. Not great news, but I mean, we wish that there wasn't anybody using it, but they're in a warm place and getting the supports that they need. My other question was in regards to, I kind of like the community social issues, and the reason for that is I don't know where to put this, and maybe we can have some discussion, and maybe it's just an additional line. We're having a huge time in terms of capturing level of effort when it comes to sharps and sharps pickups and those kinds of things through either Parks and Rec or operations. And I'm just wondering if there's another way that we can just add a line item so that it gets divided in. So if somebody, finds a sharp, and requires a resource from the city to pick it up, I'd like to know the cost and also understand a little bit more how many of these are happening on a regular basis. And I think this might be the good opportunity. So I should have talked to that, should have told you that before. So that's the reason I would like to keep the community social issues. And in fact, if we are going down that road in terms of, removing encampments, there are costs associated with it too. So I think for now, we'll just leave it. But I understand that maybe it won't be as many dollars that will be spent, so that might be a windfall at the end of the year. I guess my other question is maybe to the director, in regards to, like we saw the City Hall implementing some accessibility pieces. If you could just point out some of the accessibility enhancements for this year with this budget, or are there any? And I just want to, just so I can understand that we're moving the bar in terms of the accessibility piece for our Parks and Rec as well.
Yeah, through the chair, I know that we've talked about accessibility internally, and I think it's going to come out in our capital projects, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if we really have a plan set in place, but we are looking at creating some priorities for accessibility. Where they'll fall and what department that will be, that'll be up to us to figure out internally. Thank you.
You've Councillor Keel and then the treasurer. Did you want to go first?
Sure, thank you. So through the chair. So just to follow up on that, I know amongst staff, we have talked about, perhaps designating a certain amount every year in the same way we have annual projects towards trying to improve accessibility, because as staff, we do note that there are a lot of items on that report that have been there for a very long time without being addressed. And so perhaps having, a commitment that, we want to spend $25,000 a year on accessibility improvements in the city. And if that doesn't cover a project that we feel is the next priority, like have it build for a couple years to be able to start trying to knock some things down off the list. Because, as staff, we do, we are required and we do fully support having fully accessible services in the city. Unfortunately, when it came down to it, we did have a project in the initial draft budget at the staff level to add some railings at the amphitheater as something that we could do next year. So we did end up cutting that out. So we will see that in our cut list this year. So we are trying to provide better information about how to cut. That being said, if we are interested in postponing that Coronation Park project, then that would free up some money that maybe something like that could be added back. And certainly, if council has other priorities they'd like to see more than that, then, when we get to the capital budget, that's something we can certainly talk about, because there's still a lot of work to do with the city to address that long laundry list of projects that our clerk has presented to council.
Thank you. Councillor Keel?
Okay, I think I'll try and work backwards on this stuff then. With respect to the accessibility stuff, I do wonder, obviously every summer, and Councillor Purcell and I have now been here for 2 of them, there seems to be I'll call it a fair bit of money that the treasurer finds that was unused and whatnot, and we usually put that into reserves, and I wonder if perhaps maybe that could be in the treasurer's mind when she's allocating those, I guess, prior year extra monies that we find. Because that is a time when, we're not really thinking about budget, and we're usually putting it into reserves, I think is what we always do with it. So maybe that could be a time to bring that up to us, and it could share a little bit in where we're dividing stuff, would be my idea. It doesn't help us right now, but because I just find it weird. We're kind of all thinking about the summer, and then we get that one meeting where it's like, well, we have money and we need to allocate it places, but that might be a good time for us to sit down and think about those not top of mind priorities. With respect to the social service thing, I might not be of the same mind as my 2 colleagues beside me. I would actually be concerned if we, and it's a big if we start moving things around, there might actually be more cleanup costs. Because if the Ford government did give us the power to remove encampments, I would suggest there's probably a possibility that they're not going to politely pick up after themselves as we are forcing them away. So I'm not sure it might be a saving. I think it could actually add to the list, but at the same time, here in the city of Pembroke, I'm not going to go into it too deeply, but I think we've handled these situations pretty well. There's certain parks and whatnot that we would rather people not be in encampments. There's other parts of the city that are maybe more off the beaten path, where it's not that we don't care about them, but we don't find it to be a priority. And I think our staff, especially over this last year when I think it really had a bit of a spike, I think they've handled it actually quite well so far, and there might not even be a need for us to resort to any of these new powers, just based on how well our staff are already dealing with the situations. With respect to one thing that I'm not sure sits well with me, so I do sit on the waterfront committee, and I know there's been talk about the head gardener, an upcoming retirement, and I guess getting in a student, I guess, to learn the ropes, which is apparently costing $12,200. I'm not sure that I'm sold. I'm not sure that I'm sold that we need that much lead time, that there's that much to learn the ropes on. I'm concerned that it's a student, and I don't know that we have any guarantee that student would then take on the gardener job, unless there's something I don't know about. But I got to be honest with you. I mean, if something happened to one of our department heads tomorrow, we would put out a call for a new person, and they jump into the position, and that's a lot more complicated than jumping into the position of a gardener. And so my thought is that we cut that $12,000 cost, but I think Mr. DeRoche, Mr. Chair, was over there wanting to.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so I should note that on line 259, where it says $12,000 for additional students, and then it says upcoming retirement, that upcoming retirement should be on line 258. That's actually not for a student position. This is for somebody that's actually, a mature person. The $12,000 for the additional student was to keep in the budget, to ensure that we have that extra help down there. So last year, if you do remember, there was a request for additional help. We did go out, we did try and find an additional student. We weren't extremely successful on it, but we would like to try that again and make sure that we have that assistance down there. So I just did want to clarify, for the upcoming retirement, we're not trying to stick a student in there. The upcoming retirement is for the actual gardener position itself. Thank you.
I guess my question, given the overall depth of the budget that we're in at the moment, is that we would like that additional person, or do we need that additional person? I think Jordan knows what I'm getting at in terms of.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, it comes down to operations, and I mean, this is something that the Waterfront Committee has certainly been feeling. I can't speak to it wholeheartedly or completely just because we don't oversee that. But, in discussions at our Waterfront Committee, that is an area where they do believe that they could receive more help. Thank you.
I'll think about that one.
Any further questions, Councillor Fenny?
Just a comment. I'm not a green thumb by any means, but I have my share of perennials and flowers at home, and I'll tell you, they suffer because I don't have 7 days a week to get out there and weed and water and till. So I really understand the work that's at the waterfront when I walk through the beautiful gardens. It's not a matter of just watering them every day, or there's so much maintenance when it comes to keeping gardens that I do appreciate the labor and the back-breaking labor that it takes. So I do understand the need if you want to keep them looking good, because mine look horrible. They start off looking really good in June and July when they're just breaking ground, but by the 1st of August, an encampment could probably set up in my side garden at my house, and nobody would see it because of the weeds. So I'm just defending that and the work. And the fact that once that fund is gone that we use now, that, and Mr. Blackstein sort of spearheads, I don't know, we're going to have to keep up the maintenance down there to keep it looking that great, and it is back-breaking work. So I just want to say that.
Mr. Purcell?
Kind of on a different topic, but about small vehicle maintenance. Has staff considered contracting out small vehicle maintenance, or is that probably, we see bits and pieces in terms of every budget, just as a contingency. I'm just wondering if there's any viability to that. I know that CNL did all their maintenance offsite with a provider in Pembroke. So I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity there in the future that we could look at. Is there merit to maybe something along that lines that would also, provide some well-needed support.
So we'll have Mr. DeRoshi answer first.
So through you, Mr. Chair. So with our section of fleet, of course, we don't necessarily oversee fleet. That is overseen by the operations department. However, we have had discussions with our mechanics in the past with respects to specialized equipment, so such as our Olympias. Last year, what we looked at was sending the machines away every 2 years, so it would be basically on a cycle. So every year a machine leaves, it's looked thoroughly, and then if there's anything that needs to be fixed, they fix it. Where the mechanics are really instrumental in our operations is those quick fixes to get us and keep our machines on the ice. So if we have a failure over the weekend, those mechanics can generally fix us and get us going again. But in discussions with the mechanics too, those big overhauls, it comes down to time. And so what we've done is we've looked at, okay, we'll send it away Southern Ontario, get them completely fixed up and ready for the upcoming season. So we have been looking at that in different ways, especially when it comes to specialized equipment. Thank you.
Follow up. I'm just trying to understand in terms of the small fleet, like the vehicles maintenance and those kinds of things. Are they being maintained right now through operations, through internal resource? I'm just thinking, is there when you talk about, some of the specialized equipment, most definitely, we're probably going to need that expertise, and it needs to be done in a timely manner. Does that free up that expertise to provide additional supports to, if the case is of failure? Because now they're providing time in terms of providing some of the small vehicle maintenance, such as changing oils and replacing parts and those kinds of things. They're the preventive maintenance component in terms of fleet. So I'm just trying to understand if that's something that would be looked at in the future.
I'll take that, Mr. Chair. Through the chair. So we have looked at outsourcing. We do outsource to a certain degree now. So some of the smaller pieces of equipment for Jordan's department, like the lawn tractors and stuff, when necessary, we do outsource. Timing is always a factor, and scheduling with the local shops for some of that stuff can be difficult to make sure that we have our fleet available for the employees that we have. A piece of equipment comes in, or a small vehicle, a half-ton truck, we'll use that as an example. A half-ton truck comes in, needs something done. We're often able to do that a whole lot quicker than 3 days scheduling, waiting for a shop that can do that. So, but that's not to say that we don't. We do use outside shops. We do outsource for certain items. Usually when it comes to electronics and the CPUs and that type of stuff within those vehicles, we will outsource when we can schedule to get that work done. So we use a combination of both. We've looked at the efficiencies of outsourcing more, and right now it's bigger equipment. The tandem trucks from the plant, for example, the plow trucks, some of those type of things, we outsource, which gives us the opportunity to do more of the smaller stuff in-house.
Thank you. Madam Treasurer? Next item.
So that brings us to the recreation programs budget. So as Mr. Durocher has already discussed, one rec programmer has been added to this budget, which is driving the bulk of the increase, in addition to our cost of living and cost of benefit changes. We do anticipate, just based on actual costs, a need to increase our telephone line and services and rents on the next page, page 541. A small increase related to computer programming and software. So that would be, there is a price increase involved in that, but that would also be related to the one additional recreation programmer with the need for an extra license. In terms of the Civic and Youth Awards, we do need to purchase 6 new sundial awards at $300 each. So that's driving that $1,800 increase in the online 562. However, we did save in 2024. We did realize some cost savings in the contract line. Waterfront Live, again, that's benefit costs driving that increase. And just general cost of living increases. The same can be said for Riverside Park. Again, that's mostly salary driven. It's not an FTE driven increase. The marina is, I would think, the same thing. It's pretty much a status quo budget for the bulk of Parks and Rec. I guess there are a couple new things once we get to page 64. So we do need to purchase additional mortars for the fireworks at a cost of $2,000. So we see that on line 564. And we are looking to increase the entertainment costs by $2,000. So that's just to keep in line with the increasing cost of the different performers that we have as part of our Canada Day celebrations. And Mr. Durocher's department continues to apply for funding for Canada Day every year, but I don't believe we've heard, I think that's usually in the new year that we hear the results of the funding request we put forth for that. So in terms of the snow spree event, again, we're looking at increasing the contracts on page 65, line 717. So we want to reduce advertising and awards and kind of offset that by increasing the cost of performers. And the department right now is looking at trying to reformat this event, and I believe that's because of, I think, weather failures with the event and the warming. We can't necessarily do the same outdoor activities that we've done in previous years, just because the weather hasn't been cold enough to do some of our activities. Again, special events, again, that's just cost of living adjustments. In that, I think when we get to page 66 is where we have an item to discuss. So I'll just see if I can find that in my note. Okay. So at the staff level, you know, we have noted that the city doesn't have a community event sponsorship policy or formal process when it comes to different outside organizations approaching the city for funding for the different events that occur in our city. I mean, they certainly add a vibrancy and attract tourism to the area, so it's definitely something that we want to encourage. They do individually at this point come to council and request financial support and a new item just to try to, again, recoup some of the costs of supporting these external events. We have sought cost recovery for different costs, and those costs vary from event to event depending on what's being asked for. So amongst the staff level, and again, this is for discussion, is we've talked about like to ensure equity and how we provide funding to the different groups, that we develop a formal policy and that perhaps we have a standard format for how much money we provide depending on the duration of the event, if it's a half day, full day, weekend. And any funding that we'd provide would kind of offset some of the city cost recoveries as applicable. And then have some stipulations that we have to be recognized as a sponsor for the event. But certainly, you know, we don't want necessarily our strategic partners to be included in this. So this would be organizations that fall outside the control of the city would be able to apply to the city. So we have put a tentative budget of $15,000, understanding that it would take Mr. Durocher's department a bit of time to sort of finalize a policy. You know, he'd probably want to have some discussions with the different committees about it. The dollar amounts there are just an example. Again, that would have to be something about what level of funding is appropriate for a weekend event, because it's certainly, you know, a lot of costs involved. I will say that a few days ago we have received a request through the PBIA, and Busker Fest has requested 2025 support of $15,000 to help make the event continue on in 2025. So this budget is, again, just for discussion, and I believe there's a question on the floor, so I'll pass it back to our chair.
Councillor Keel, then Councillor Lafreniere.
So this has been one of my most frustrating areas because we have just been bouncing back and forth, seemingly at a whim. Last summer alone, in one council meeting, we denied waiving fees for a downtown charitable fundraiser. Contribution.
Excuse me, Counselor. Pat, his mic just died on me.
Buskerfest came to us, asked for the $2,500 contribution for barricades, only to turn around after the event was over to publicly announce that they had too many sponsors, had extra money, and so they were donating it to the pool. Some of what they were donating was our taxpayer dollars that this council gave to them. So I did see the request for $15,000 from Buskerfest, and again, I have no problem with the event, and that was fine. But they're asking us for money, us doing a 180 from one meeting to another, only to find out that they actually had too much money, and that they then chose to personally donate it to where I guess the committee decided to personally donate it to. I don't think that's the best way to use taxpayer dollars. So I like the idea of us coming up with an actual, number one, budgeted, and number two, policy-driven way to deal with these asks, so that it is fair. Because or I guess earlier this year, to me, we were bouncing from one to another, seemingly whether we were in the mood to save money or we were in the mood to spend money. So I like seeing this idea. I look forward to seeing what kind of policies. So I'm fully supportive of this. Because again, I don't think this council's been doing a consistent job with respect to how we've been handling these.
Councillor Purcell, then Councillor Giacono. Or Councillor Lafreniere, I mean, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I totally agree. And over the years, and I've been here a long time, sometimes it went by the emotions or the personal attitudes of the council members as to who got the grants, and that's not to be faulted. We all have preference, we all have, our favorite causes, we all have things like that, experiences, life experience. So I agree, we need to avoid that and have a very formatted, much like the CIP. And I know Jordan and I have had this discussion before about having a deadline. So it's like the CIP. So if you are looking to the city for any type of support, you submit an application, let's say by December 31st of 1 year for the following year. And that way it can be included in budgets. We can go through and approve who we want, you know what I mean, if they're approved. So I love it. And it takes that emotional attachment away from it. It's very cut and dried. There's a criteria, and I wanted to mention, we need to avoid double dipping, because there's been a couple of times that individuals or groups have come to us, ask for money, and then I find out later, oh, well, Recreation already gave them a donation, or another department is also supporting it. So we need to make sure that we check with all the departments and say, okay, are you supporting this event? Because if you are getting other support from other departments, that shouldn't make your application null and void. So to make sure that we're not giving more than once. Thank you.
Councillor Giacono, then Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on the decision was made to allow the $2,500, I think it was based on council looking at how successful Busker Fest had been in other areas, how much traffic it had drawn, and obviously it was a success. There was 8,000 people, or 7,000 or 8,000 people. I'm sure that every business, not every business, but the majority of business had extra traffic going by their doors. And some people that I spoke to, they couldn't handle, making the sales to the people who are in front of their stores. So that's a good thing. I'm a little concerned about that the $2,500 of our money that we donated to help them was given again to another area, when in fact should have been donated back to the source, which was us, who'd given the $2,500. The fact that they may be requesting additional funding, knowing that it is such a success story, I don't believe that any funding should be going to them as per the request. They know it's a success. They obviously must have some revenue from the event itself, so they should they should fund their own. And as far as individuals come to us and we base those decisions on individual requests. And as Councillor Fernie said, perhaps there may be a bit of a skewed decision making, but I think we're all here to look for the general overall, goodness of the request. And I think we should lay our personal prejudice and likes aside. So I feel it was a great success story. I don't think the $2,500 was ill spent, but I think it should have come back to the donor as as saying, hey, thank you, we appreciated that. It went very well. Thanks for having faith in us. Here's the $2,500. We won't need it next year.
Thank you, Chair. It was a good event, and I think, my only concern about that is you know, we sometimes have to take into factors such as, you know, the downtown had a rough little while there with, you know, homelessness issues, social type of issues. And I think, you know, the Busker Fest, and that's the reason why I made the decision in terms of supporting the 2,500 was, and even doing a personal contribution of $500, was to help with the downtown image issue. And I don't know if we would have considered that at December the 31st of the previous year. And the $2,500, I believe, was just for barricades, right? And again, that's an exorbitant amount of money for a barricade, to establish a barricade. So I was coming back from, I'll have to tell a story because I was coming back from Myrtle Beach last week, and just the timing coming back on a Saturday, you know how many Santa Claus parades I hit coming up through Canada? Like, you know, I think Perth, I hit theirs. I hit another little municipality just below Perth, and another one, I think it was 3 Santa Claus parades going, oh no, am I going to be part of this parade? Guess what they used? A wooden barricade. A wooden barricade with 2 stints. $2,500. We're not a big municipality. You go to Ottawa and you go to events, that's what they have, is a wooden barricade. They drop them off the night before. They provide them to, or have PBIA pick them up, or you can give the set to the PBIA, give them permission to erect the barricade. That's an absorbent amount of dollars. So that's one of the issues that I have. And I know that we have to recover costs, but come on, that's like, we're no different than these other municipalities. And I think, you know, you have to factor in a lot of different factors in terms of what they're requesting too, right? So, you know, is it going to close off a street? Is it going to disrupt traffic? Is it, you know, is it the time of the year? I like the approach. I just don't know what's the best method to implement it. That's what I'm saying. So strictly just saying $1,000 for a full day and $2,500 for a weekend, maybe there's less work in a weekend than there is in a full day, in a half day for staff if they're closing off a street. So so that's what you have to factor in, and maybe that's part of the application process, would be indicating, you know, these are the types of things that we're asking for. And I also agree with the process because I think we don't want to duplicate efforts in terms of having, you know, multiple, you know, events that kind of like duplicate each other. And in fact, we started seeing it with some of our strategic partners that they were competing in terms of having various similar offerings, sometimes in the same weekends, you know, and I think that's one of the things that, you know, Jordan and I had talked about is maybe we got to kind of start coordinating those with the city offerings so that way, you know, we don't have to duplicate efforts. So my only concern is I totally agree that we need an approach, but it needs to be taken into some of those factors that maybe, and it might change at the last moment depending on what the situation is, but at least that way we can kind of have that discussion and do the approval. But I think we can bulk approve those and then say, okay, that the expectation is X amount of dollars, but the fee for services really, if they're providing an event in the city of Pembroke that's really promoting the city of Pembroke, you know, this is where I see the MAT tax being used to pay for stuff like this because it is promoting tourism in our area. And I know we talked a lot about MAT tax and where we're going to put it, but again, this is just another opportunity to say, hey, this could apply for MAT tax as well. But I know we're trying to stretch that as much as we can, but we have to come to a decision in terms of where we're going to put that MAT tax. So,
Still recreation.
yeah.
So, Councillor Keel and Councillor Jatkino, then I have a comment.
So I'm just also going to touch on the barricades, Councillor Purcell, because I don't see them as being necessary. I don't understand it. This summer there was a paranormal circus in the Saint Laurent Mall parking lot that I saw on Facebook, and a couple friends of mine and we went down to Ottawa and then decided to make a weekend out of it. Well, it also happened to be Pride weekend in Ottawa. And being a festival, we decided to go. I would suggest to you, Councillor Purcell, that a Pride weekend is a bit of a socially and security heightened event. This is in the middle of downtown Ottawa on Bank Street. Orange wooden barricades. That's all they have. And this is an event, again, in a big city that I think probably does have, I can only assume that the Ottawa Police Service thinks about security concerns with a Pride event. You go to Toronto, they're big, I can't pronounce the word, it's on a street that starts with an R in their Italian area. Orange barricades. They're not, I mean, and when I saw, I even gotta say, like with the OPP event, we put out big cement barricades for a 2-hour period for an event that was about 15 or 20 minutes. The number of people that came to me and said, are you kidding? Like, how much time are we wasting? That was the word. How much time are we wasting doing this? So I just, I don't know. I'm not supporting it. I don't know if staff want to comment on it. But I got to tell you, I don't see it, and I don't see other municipalities following suit with them. And if that's a $2,500 cost that we can alleviate from some of these events, you know, especially the stereotypical event was a fundraiser for music healing veterans in the Robbie Dean Center. It was a smaller group. Busker Fest was frankly quite a powerful committee of local Pembroke people, and you know, we said no to the smaller event, and then we said yes to the people that were raising thousands and thousands of dollars in sponsors or whatnot. So I don't know. I just wanted to add to your comment because I know this has been discussed, I think, in private amongst some of us, and you know, we might as well have the discussion here at the table.
Councillor Jack.
Thank you.
Councillor Giacono.
Thank you.
And then.
I'd like to be in all those meetings too, rather than bringing it all forward here. Where's the spirit of transparency? We got 3 or 4 people talking about something. You're almost having your own council meeting. But anyway, as I'd like to say, perhaps staff could comment on the
Well, he's gonna
liability.
comment after you speak.
Yeah, about the liability issue. I mean, when you got 8,000 people on your street, whether we anticipated that or not, I mean, we look around the world and Toronto or places like that, where you have somebody in a van driving down a sidewalk, killing a number of people. Is that something we should be considering? I don't know. We have to ensure the safety of the people that are within our community. And what are the logistics, traffic flow, et cetera? So perhaps somebody from staff could comment on that. I'm just curious as to, you know, why the cost and what are the safety issues?
Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, just to speak on the Christmas parade, we don't use hard barricades for the Christmas parade. We do use the wooden barricades. We do that for some other events, depending on the type of event. The Christmas parade is a moving event. It's a moving event with all the attendees watching traffic. It's not a stationary event. If you take the Busker Fest, it's a stationary event. Anybody attending that is watching something that's happening on the street, and they're not watching for traffic. They're not watching traffic at all. You get an errant vehicle running down Pembroke Street into a group of people that are not paying attention. The risk is on the corporation. So it comes down to risk management and risk mitigation. In the opinion of the road authority, we're looking at it and saying the risk is great that a vehicle, an errant vehicle, can run into a crowd of people that is not paying attention to traffic. So on those type of events, we recommend the hard barricades be used. Several other municipalities do use hard barricades for those type of events. If it's a moving event, if it's an event where the attendees are cognizant of what's happening around them, then a hard barricade wouldn't be used. Part of the cost of the user fee for the hard barricades is to replace those hard barricades. So it was discussed when we reported that we were going to purchase these hard barricades and what we were going to use them for, as to whether or not council wanted to recover that cost for the eventual replacement as part of that, or whether it wasn't going to be. But part of that $2,500 budget is to replace those barricades at the end. We've all heard of, and I go to risk mitigation again. We've heard the stories where an errant vehicle mows down people on a sidewalk. It's happened. We've all heard of errant vehicles going through a storefront. Someone taps the wrong pedal, puts it in drive, hits the wrong pedal, they're into a storefront. These events do happen. What operations has done regarding the hard barricades and our suggestion on how we're going to handle events downtown is strictly risk mitigation. Bottom line, risk mitigation goes back to council. So if council decides that they're willing to take that risk, that something could happen, then that's up to council. Operations has handled it the way we feel best for the corporation. I would like to just check my phone because I was asking for an update on cost. And it's in and around the $2,100 mark, not $2,500, and we charge actual costs. So if it was $1,800 to set up, remove, we have made some changes on where we store hard barricades, so they're closer to the downtown core, and that we're not running out to the far end of the city to pick them up. So we actually charge whatever the cost is to do that install.
So we're gonna have two comments and we're big for lunch. Go ahead.
I just want to, through the chair, thank you, Brian, for that explanation. We all remember what happened on Yonge Street in Toronto, and that was horrific, and it's happened in Europe. And I know I was in Niagara Falls the week after that incident happened on Yonge Street, and they had all cement barricades protecting those that were standing looking at the falls, you know, because that's pretty much a highway that goes by the falls. And I know we're not Toronto, and I know we're not Niagara Falls, but as Councillor Jackno said, we had 6,000 or 8,000 people here for Busker Fest. That's a lot of people, and you're right, they're not watching what's coming behind them on the road or anything of that nature. And yes, many of the runs that I've participated in the city, it's wooden barricades. So I think it's good that you still look at each event. How many people are going to be there? Are they going to be distracted? Or are they going to be watching? Because even for the trick or treat downtown, there's no barricades. You've got little children, but that orange tape, because everyone knows what they're doing, they're going store to store. They're not in the middle of the road watching something. So, yeah, I think each event is judged on its own risk, and I thank you for that explanation.
I think I just wanted to talk about the downtown treats. We had thousands of children downtown. You want to see a distracted bunch. So I mean, we have to pick and choose in terms of what we want. I know we came to council saying that maybe we better off to close off portion of the street, so that way there we could create a safety zone for these children. But I mean, these are our most vulnerable people right here, are small children, like little tiny children. And I saw some close calls in terms of zipping across the street. So, I mean, I think we just need the consistency in terms of how we approach too. So, if we're concerned about safety as a council, then, we have to start looking at, when these requests come in, to say, yeah, that makes sense, and you put the barricades up accordingly. I hear that. But I also want to do it in a cost-effective manner, so that way we don't pull monies away from some of the activities or, prevents activities from happening because this just becomes unaffordable. How much did it cost the police board to have the OPP here for the ride? How much does it cost, the various different organizations, and what is it going to take away from in terms of the treat day if you have to pay $2,500 or $2,000 for a barricade? And I think that's maybe where, again, the city would come in and say, because you're doing this in our city, and we could provide that support in terms of maybe the operations component of it, at least that we could do that and not really look at funding, but maybe just the operations component of it. But it's got to be realistic.
Guido?
So I think, I'm not out of touch with liability. I'm a lawyer. But I got to tell you, the examples we just used weren't equivalents. The example of the van in Toronto, it popped up on the sidewalk during a busy shopping day. There was no festival. The examples that I use, Ottawa Pride, I'm not talking about the parade. I'm talking about, it was tents all up and down Bank Street. We were going from tent to tent. They were selling stuff. That's no different than the Busker Fest. Las Vegas also had a car jump the curb and plow people down. Their response wasn't barricades at special events. The response was to put bollards down the entire Las Vegas Strip. But again, that's different. That wasn't a special event. So, I mean, I'm just not, do we have examples where it's a special event? Because the examples that we're using are not equivalencies. Well, Councillor Jackson shakes his head. A car could jump the curb and hit people on our sidewalk. We're not going to put bollards up and down Pembroke Street, are we? Because that was the event.
When you have 8,000 people on your street, you have a responsibility.
You
Excuse me, go through the chair, please.
Councillor
Chair.
Giacono used the van at the Eaton Centre. That was not 8,000 people at a street event. That's not what we're talking about. That could, and it could happen any day in our downtown. So, so again, I get that it's risk mitigation. Canada Day, we use orange barriers, and how many thousands of people are down at the marina? We block off the first responders' way. And they're not paying attention because they're walking from the amphitheater to the main thing. So I'm just saying, if we're going to have this debate, let's have the debate with actual equivalencies. But let's, what we've been put forward today from Councillor Giacono and from Mr. Lewis, they're not the same. We're using different examples to make our points. So that's my only, and it's the Little Italy function in Toronto, and again, I've been to that, and they're not using hard barriers, and it's tents on the street and food vendors and stuff like that. So I just want to say, I don't mind having a debate, trust me, but can we at least debate the appropriate topics?
Yeah, I have a couple comments, but we'll do it. We'll finish this after lunch and address it, and also I have a comment on their letter. So we're going to break for half an hour. We'll come back in 30 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to our afternoon session on day 2 of our City of Pembroke budget deliberations. We'll continue with Madam Treasurer.
So was there any leftover conversation related to community events? Or are we moving on now at this point? I guess just for clarification.
Well, we have this discussion of $15,000 for a line item in the budget, and I was only going to comment on the discussions that we had before as a council and with Mr. Lewis. Him and I have discussed, and Mr. DeRoche, a policy for barricades. We talked at one time maybe moving that decision over to the staff on have a blanket policy or a one-off policy, but that's something for to discuss.
What page are we on again, sorry?
We're on the community events on the proposed $15,000.
So that's page 66, line 762.
Yeah, so the barricade discussion is, maybe we can come up with a policy for that. I was talking to Mr. DeRoche at break time. We've discussed this before. The rental of the Memorial Center for charitable events is $1,500, and because it costs money to open it, to staff it. Petawawa have a policy, they don't give it to the charity. So that's something Mr. DeRoche and his committee will be looking at in the new year on that, a blanket policy for that. So these things cost events. And Mr. DeRoche, could you just comment on, something like you have staff on an event on a Saturday and weekends. I know it's hard to get the employment, and also the garbage cans. There's always an expense with these events, correct?
Yeah, so to you, Mr. Chair, yeah, you're right. So I mean, I think with the request that has come in, where the difficulty is that I think there may be some kind of a sense that people think that the city's waiting for something to happen. But, we have our own operations that are taking place on the weekends already, and they're staffed appropriately. We're into our sports fields. We're looking after parks as it is, right? So it makes it extremely difficult for us to assist with those kind of events. Thank you.
Any more discussion on the community events, $15,000 line item? No? Councillor Frenier?
Just a question, and maybe I should know the answer after our meeting Monday, but the 15,000, so that's just sort of for anything that comes up. It's not pertaining to that request that we received for the Busker Fest.
So through the chair, yeah, so right now this is just really something that we're just proposing. So when we put together the policy, we'll be able to define a lot of those kind of individual questions. There's things like in-kind support that, someone might be asking for an hour of ice, let's just say. Well, there's a cost to that, so it's got to be reflected in that $15,000. And it would be hopefully moved to, say, our revenue side, right? So there's a variety of different things that still have to be hashed out at this point in time. And when...
That line would include any requests to come to council prior to that policy.
That's correct, yeah.
Got it. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you.
Please continue, Ms. Lachty.
So I believe the last item that we haven't talked about in the recreation is on page 67, line 839, and that's the recreation program group needs to replace their portable event sound system at a cost of $3,000. So if we continue on, we just have Bogey's Bar, so that's that budget nets to zero as it's managed by a group of volunteers. Kinsman Pool, so we are seeing some increases in the Kinsman Pool. Last year the budget was reduced because we had the budget, assumed the pool would be closed for, the bulk of 2024. So now with the pool being open in 2025, we do see those costs jumping back up again, both in terms of our QP lifeguards as well as our student lifeguards. So that's so now we're on page 68. So the salary section in 885 is a contingent of student lifeguards. Provision of goods, again, we're putting back what was taken out last year in terms of our Red Cross life-saving awards and the different equipment that's required to be replaced regularly at the pool. And again, we're also seeing the revenues increase as well. So the pool, is not a moneymaker per se. We do, there is a net cost to the municipality, but we do raise, quite a bit of money through revenues. So we are seeing that increase from an anticipated 71,800 in this year's budget, which at this point we're looking more at having revenue next year, to 186,500, which is reflecting a full year of being operating essentially. So to better reflect the true cost of the pool versus the rec programs versus parks, we have created a non-recurring section in each of those sections. So where the non-recurring items are for parks, they're in parks now. Where it's for programs, it's in programs now. So the only non-recurring item that impacts the pool is we are looking to do a pool safety audit with the works being complete of $10,000. And I guess the last item, which we did touch upon a bit yesterday, is related to, a new potential facility, be it an aquatic center, a multiplex, or the like. In past years' budgets, we have made an allowance for future payments, and in the meantime, this is a contribution to the aquatic center reserve of $255,000. So we did propose increasing that by a 1% levy increase, and that was discussed yesterday. And that concludes the recreation budget, including the pool and the rec programs. So I'll pass it back for questions.
Councillor Giacono?
Just a question, will there be an outdoor rink at Kinsman Park? I've been asked a question. People are asking about boards not being set up, et cetera.
So through the chair, so we are working at that right now. So understanding that it's not the city of Pembroke that that sets up the rink, that is an individual in the community who does that. We are sorting out a few things right now. We've got some lighting issues, and we don't have all the answers at this point in time to fully answer it, but we are investigating it and having conversations. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we had a motion postponed till after lunch till we received information on cost for the ice in August at the Pembroke Area Community Center. So we have we have some of that information. Madam Treasurer, do you want to tell us about it, and then we could reread Councillor Purcell's motion?
Okay, so I didn't have a chance, because I know you wanted to restart the meeting, so I didn't have a chance to get to the energy, looking at the energy costs, but I was able to pull out with our new software, the cost of operating the PACC per month. So in the month of July, on labor costs, we spent $8,200. In August, we spent $45,350. And then in September, $20,780. And I believe Mr. Drochet can provide more context into those different line items.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So in addition to the staffing, as far as the revenue goes, we did bring in, like I said before, a little north of $48,000. As far as the electricity, again, Madam Treasurer and I haven't been able to actually come down to an actual number, but in the budget, we're looking to budget $105,000 for this year. So if you take a look at over 8 months of operating, it works out to be around $13,000. Now, keep in mind that the average doesn't really reflect the actual month itself. We are operating in a time of year that we're dealing with quite warm temperatures outside, so 35-degree plus weather. Our compressors inside our plant room are nonstop. And so we have three-phase power that's going to our plant rooms. There's a lot of energy being produced. And although I don't have the numbers in front of me, those electrical bills would be much higher than, say, if we were operating in the month of January. That's all I really have to share at this point in time. Thank you.
did you want to read your motion?
Thank you, Chair. So I motion that we remove one operator as requested with the condition that we contract out snow cleaning and removal at the PMC in the amount of $22,000 per year. And also remove the summer operations of the PMC rink as per option 2 provided by the director of.
It's just summarize,
Okay.
It's summarize too.
Sorry.
Say summarize.
Oh, summer ice, yeah. Remove the summer operations of the rink. Summer ice operations of the rink. And I guess the option 2 would be as per our director's recommendation.
Option 2 is,
Maybe the director would actually repeat option 2.
All right, through the chair. So my option 2 was provide us with one full-time position. The position would be for the general maintenance / pool operator. So this would remove ice operations at the PACC and push it back to the end of September. This would allow the department for another six to 8 weeks to transition from parks to ice. We would look for a direction to staff to end sports field bookings by August 31st. To successfully transition into ice operations both at the PMC and the PACC. Shared position of the general maintenance position / pool operator would allow us then to keep our daytime rentals happening in the month of September. And it would also help us with a retention plan for the future retirement of the pool operator and assist the department with vacation time management. Thank you.
discussion? Councillor Giacono?
Mr. Chair, had you requested a number of user groups or who was using the rink? I thought I'd heard that earlier, or
I'd asked him, yes.
did we get that information, or did I miss that?
Thanks for reminding.
Through the chair, just give me one moment just to pull it up.
Okay.
All right, so typically our summer ice operations involves a lot of skating and skill development camps, girls hockey, ACES, as well as some private rentals and our Pembroke Lumber Kings training camp. So just a couple of things to note here. Girls hockey and ACES, we've been informed that they're changing the way they do business. They're no longer doing training camps in the month of August. They're going to be changing that to the springtime. Where they plan to rent ice, we don't know at this point in time. As far as the skill development camps, I mean, those are generally run by businesses that do benefit from operating our facility. And ACES is an out-of-town user group. So I guess the point here is that, sure, there's probably going to be people that are disappointed we may not have summer operations, but why are we stretching ourselves to put in summer operations when we're not even, at this time of year looking after our major user groups like Pembroke Minor Hockey? So our look into this is that by pushing back our ice rentals, PMC would still open the regular time. So we typically have plant operations that begin Labor Day weekend. So the usage of ice at the PACC in the month of September would continue on at the PMC, and then we would open up the second rink, which would be the PACC, at the end of September. So looking at the schedule, there could be some minor tweaks, but we do feel that we can certainly accommodate our larger user groups like Minor Hockey and Pembroke Skating Club. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Keel, then I have a comment.
Would this potentially open up the PACC to be used for non-ice stuff, which I guess we usually stop after, right at the beginning of the summer, I guess? Like, I'm just thinking, like, some of those expos and stuff that maybe the PMC's huge, would this allow us to do some more of those into the summer?
So through the chair, so it's based on requests that come in, and then it's all comes down to operations. So in the past, and I want to say this was pre-COVID, there was a ball hockey league out there. Since then, they've basically folded. But every request that comes in, we always look at it, from the eye of the operations. Is this doable? Can we do those kind of things? So every request is unique. It depends on what they need, and so we look at each and every one differently. Thank you.
Just have a question and a concern, maybe. The August 31st, no more field bookings. Does that include, does that mean Riverside Park soccer fields?
Yeah, so through the chair, so typically by August 31st, once we get into the month of August, our soccer bookings are getting less and less. Where we're mostly talking about is our ball diamonds. So in the month of August, we still have ball rentals that are, every weekend throughout the week type of thing. We are forecasting that in 2025 that we might be hosting the provincial championships later in August. So that's going to take a lot of time from our staff just to make sure those fields are up to speed. But where we're really looking at with this, and the reason why for August 31st is because we do have ball rentals that take place in the month of September. But I think it's part of the process of the department of cleaning up some of these things and looking at that, when we transition into ice into September, looking at perhaps those rentals that are being requested in the month of September, why can't they be completed in the month of August, right? Just for that, it's generally adult leagues that are playing that late. So we are looking to, once we transition from Riverside Park in terms of sports fields, that we're transitioning into our arenas.
I just have a concern because we know that the public school board has been trying to, their soccer tournament is usually the last week of September, and they'd like to use Riverside Park, and I know that Councillor Purcell spoke to the committee about it. Part of the recreation master plan was partnerships in that. They had to go to Petawawa, and they really want to come to stay central to Pembroke because it's better for parents have to drive the students because buses are so expensive. And also the cricket group in September, they had a tournament there. They want to have another one. So would this mean that you'd say no cricket, no school board?
So through the chair, I think for those fall bookings, depending on what the matter is, I think with the school boards, and it's a matter of both parties, but I think there's got to be better communication. There's got to be better lead up time. I mean, you have to understand that you see a soccer field sitting there and, I want to use it, and that's perfectly fine. But I mean, there's still a lot of maintenance that has to be done and pre-planned to get them on the field. I think for those, it's the type of thing that we got to look at. You get what you see, and for daytime rentals on a soccer field, it's not terribly difficult. Where it is difficult is the pre-planning, just knowing with enough time in advance, right? So if it's at the end of September, the minute school is starting again, it's having those conversations with our department to say, hey, we were considering this, we are looking at this, what's this going to take? As far as the cricket goes, our experience, they weren't very organized, I'll be very honest, and it creates a lot of turmoil in our operations. And I mean, when we take the time to meet with you on site and you tell us what you need and you're changing it last minute, and then they want lights all of a sudden on a Saturday night or whenever it is, and they want washrooms on at different times, those things have to be nailed down. So if we can get things that we know ahead of time, I think then, there's a chance of those things happening. But if the communication is not clear, it makes those bookings a lot difficult.
So there's still a possibility the school board could work with you if they pay the expenses and there's lead-up time in a meeting with your staff.
Yeah, so there may be additional fees. I mean, we can certainly look at all those kind of things, because keeping in mind, whenever we're planning for the year, we're planning based on our regular users, who's our minor sports and different adult groups. So, I mean, the cost of field paint is certainly quite expensive. So the fees in the budget might not necessarily reflect what we need to charge them.
Right, okay. They said they'd be willing to cover the expenses. So as long as I know that's a possibility, I'll support the motion. So we have a motion on the floor. Those in favor? Those opposed? 0. Carried. Next item.
So that we've covered every area of the draft operating budget. So if there's anything that council would like to circle back to at this time, now is in terms of the operating budget, now would be the time to do so.
Councillor Purcell.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I think there was another position that we were going to look at. We had a separate motion. Did we deal with that one? In terms of the contract position for option 2 for the
Programmer?
programmer? Did we deal with that one?
No, we didn't.
Okay. I thought maybe I was losing it again. So I guess the motion that was on the floor was in the option 2 component, and maybe I'll send it back to Mr. DeRoche.
So through the chair, you just want me to reread the option?
Please.
Okay. So the option number 2 is hire a recreation specialist / admin position on a contract position for 18 to 24 months with options to renew. Thank you.
Who seconded that motion? Councillor Frenier. Motion on the floor, discussion, Councillor Keel.
So what would be the cost differential, or would there be a cost differential? And then I would say I would prefer the like when we said 18 to 24, I'd prefer 24 so that we, yeah, and also that, you know, in terms of CAO Unruh's not here today, but he was talking about it, you know, building a team, and so I would prefer the 24-month option, but I'd also like to know what, if any, impact that actually has on the budget.
What's your question again? The cost for the 2 years?
Would this have any effect on the budget going from a full-time to a contract position?
So through the chair, it would, but I would have to go offline to you know, take 5-10 minutes to redo some calculations to make sure I give you the accurate number. So we would need to have a short recess for me to come up with that number.
Perhaps we just table that
Yeah, we'll postpone that.
till
We'll
you have the
table that.
opportunity to do that.
Till
Tell
we'll
us
take a
when that's
break
available.
this
And then
afternoon.
we can go ahead and continue.
Okay, next
So
item.
then I'd move that we postpone it to the
Yeah.
call of the chair.
Yeah, seconder. Those in favor? Carried. Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to circle back from yesterday. We talked a little bit about $5,000 increase in terms of support for senior services. So I did have an opportunity to reach out to the president of the 50-plus, sorry, my computer shut off here, sorry. Bugger, sorry. And that being said, and I know that you had provided the membership. So what we had proposed was a $5,000 increase to support senior programming. The treasurer is gracious enough to provide us information in terms of the Centre Lajoie has 90 members, and the Pembroke Active Living has 443 members. So based on the $5,000, the way I calculated, it would be like $1,000 that goes to the Centre Lajoie and $4K to the Pembroke Active Living Centre. So I know that we were asking for a breakdown. And the other question was in terms of what those dollars would be used for. So I received confirmation from Connie Ball, and she said part-time wages for administrator as we tried to expand our evening offerings and enhance our programming. We cannot entirely rely on volunteers to administer all the things that are required. We struggle during the daytime hours with one full-time person. A part-time person is needed to cover Mondays and Fridays in the summer, and we have been closed those days during the summer, but we would need to keep for program stability. From a safety perspective, furniture needs to be replaced. We've been rebuilding chairs by making one good one out of two, and in some of the table, safety latches are starting to go, and other furniture needs to be replaced as it's old and dirty and can't be cleaned anymore, as well as they would, if there's any dollars left over from those two initiatives, supporting those initiatives, their security cameras would be appropriate for the issues at the entrance and in regards to the neighborhood concerns. So,
Uh,
so I guess I'll just make the motion again?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the motion is to increase senior funding for 4K to the Pembroke Active Living Center and 1K to the Centre Lejoie, supporting our senior programming.
Seconder, Councillor Giacono. Discussion, Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We all understand how vital the seniors are within our community. Based on the membership, with the senior citizens, Victoria Centre, when you divide that amount of money that was originally slated for the budget, works out to $18.05 per person. And when you work it into the Jean Lajoie, works out to $88.88 per person. So there's quite a disparity between the numbers, and I don't know which provide the most effective services for the community within the community. So I don't know if any other members of council would find that number sort of incongruent or outstanding, but just looking for an opinion.
Renier?
Through the chair, I understand what your concern is, but I guess just because you have more members, like, it pretty much spreads the expense out over more people. So to me, if you're running a senior center, you still need those core people. Like, you need somebody to run it, admin, you still have expenses. And yes, you have less members, so it looks like we're funding more, but we're actually funding the operation, not each individual. Do you know what I'm saying? So, how can I say it? It's just as cheap probably to feed 5 people as it is to 2, because you still need to buy your supplies. I don't know. I'm just trying to say that it's the operation we're supporting, not how many are part of it. And sometimes it's just as expensive. It's like our municipality. It's quite expensive still to have a police department and a fire department, and we have less people paying the bill. That's all I'm saying. So it skews that. Do you know what I'm saying? It still costs a lot of money to run the French seniors group.
Supplementary?
Yeah.
So in other words, if you had 5 people, it would still be the right amount.
Well, if you had a seniors club with 5 people, it would still cost that much money to run the club. You still have to pay the heat, you still have to, so the members just, really, it's not apples and oranges. It still costs a lot of money to run.
Thank you. So Mayor Gervais, then Councillor Keel, then I have a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think previous councils, as well as this council, values the senior population in our community. In a perfect world, and God knows I'll be on some social media after this, in a perfect world, those two would be combined into one entity, which would be much more cost efficient. But that's not my call to have those two organizations come together and create one. If we had 2 libraries, I would say the same thing, that you should amalgamate and have one library, because due to our population of this entire community, I don't see how you would support that. So having said that, I'm not going to be the one that tries to take away support from the French seniors community in our community. And so I have no issue with the funds being spent on both seniors groups, valuing the senior population in our community. They do have a membership. Perhaps they need to do more to get more. No different than the English 50-plus Center. Perhaps they need to do things differently. And clearly, Laurentian Valley has sponsored quite the interest in their community for the seniors. I always am concerned about comments that or concerns, as was accurately and raised very well by Councillor Purcell, previously, in terms of. Anyways, I value both of them. I have no issue with the funds that's being allocated to either of them, and I'm not going to be the one that sees to the faltering of the French seniors folks.
Councillor Keel, then Giacono, then I'll comment.
So I couldn't agree more with Councillor Lafreniere. I think when you scale operations, you don't always, I know Councillor Lafreniere does yoga, and if one group hired her to do a yoga for 2,500 people in the park, and another group hired her to do yoga privately for their 50 members, it's the same.
My expenses are the same.
So there are so I agree when she said operational costs. Sometimes the numbers don't always matter when you're scaling things. It often takes a great number before you can start to see some savings. I also want to thank Councillor Purcell, because I think the homework that he did was on my question. I mean, look, this is a tough budget, but at the same time, you know, the more that I'm out in the community as a councillor, you find out that sometimes it's these small amounts which, yes, we're trying to get the budget down, but I mean, to make a real difference, we need to find hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings. Where for these groups, $1,000 here and $1,000 there, you know, spread across the city isn't quite a lot, but for the one group, it can be a huge deal. So I thank Councillor Purcell for going out and getting that information, and I thank him for that. And on that basis, I'm certainly willing to support him, because I think the information that he brought back, those are some very important programming, and I'm quite happy to hear that's what their plans would be. So thank you, Councillor Purcell.
Councillor Giacono?
Thank you. Perhaps your worship took my comments out of context. I wasn't trying to insinuate that, that the Jean Laujean group was inferior in any way because of language, and I'm sure, we all understand that. I was just trying to indicate, that perhaps when we're dealing with other subjects as well, where perhaps Councillor Keel had referred to, us dissing the Robbie Dean Centre when they came for donation, yet approving the Busker Festival. Perhaps there should be a policy as to funding, et cetera, based on demand and need. And that was my only concern. I know they all do great work. Thank you.
So so it's economies of scale. You have one unit does so many things, one unit does the other. So the Centre de Joie et le Beau Travail et Expérience dans la Communauté, they do excellent work for the French culture, and we've attended their culture days in the summer. I know some of the members personally. Excellent. It's wonderful in Pembroke, in our community, that we can have a French culture kept alive, It's very special to have that. And so it's important to have the funds for them, and I support the increase. So it's very important. And the Active Living Plus, they haven't had an increase in a long time, and when you tell me their chairs are falling apart, that's not a good sign. And they do exceptional programming, and they work with the Parks and Rec Department, and we're hoping with the library, so there's less duplication, and it's a great for the community. So we'll call the vote. 4,000 or 5,000 total, 1,000 for the Centre de Joie and 4,000 for the Active Living 50 plus. Those in favor? Carried. Next item, yes, Mayor Gervais.
So if the direction from Madam Treasurer, so if we're circling back now as opposed to day 4, which I'm game for, I guess what I'm trying to feel out is what council's desire is. And so the deputy clerk was on page 11, and the deputy fire chief was on, as I understand it, page 19. And I'm not at the present moment making a motion, but I'm just trying to feel out what council's thought is in respect to those two, because those two do drive up the budget significantly. Not to take away from what they would bring to the table, but it's just.
So I'll call back the motion that we postponed for the deputy clerk position. The motion was by the mayor to add approved payroll overtime at 22,000. Oh, that was the payroll one. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, can we bring that one back now, or?
I don't think there was a motion, so I do have some more information for the $22,000 one.
Oh, okay.
But if apologies. So I was going to say, I do have some more information for the $22,000 motion that was tabled. But if we want to talk about the deputy clerk one right now,
That was
I don't believe there was a motion for it. No, we just had the payroll one, so I don't know, do you want to
the
start
deputy,
with the
clerk-
payroll
somebody had
one?
an idea about admin assistant, but we never, that was on the motion, right?
It was never a motion.
Okay, so the payroll motion was,
I think to not approve the position, but rather to approve the overtime. So I know we had tabled that because there is a review that, a lean review that the CAO would like to do. So we do have a bit more information that he has been able to get from a service provider on that. So the work would take, 4 to 5 months, and would cost roughly $30,000. So I would think, we could undertake the work and have it done by the summertime. I know for this position in particular, we do, I think, run up against a couple timelines because my asset management plan is due at the end of June. So we are going to need to put in time, one way or the other to do it while still trying to keep, the fires burning in the boiler of the finance department. So I guess just to clarify a couple things that were said yesterday in terms of the I can't and I'm, not an agent for change. I think my actions say otherwise, and I have put in an awful lot of work since my time here in trying to improve processes. I did have a slide here when we get to the capital plan about our modernization. And I have been trying to systematically work my way through the finance department to try to improve our operations and make it more efficient and try to make sure we can keep our staff as lean as possible. So for example, we have done the payroll timekeeping automation. We have implemented recreation online booking software. And while the software itself has been completed, we have struggled with the integration of this software into the finance platform. So we've only kind of resolved that issue in the past week or so. So I've been kind of putting a Band-Aid on that one from a finance perspective to try to get it to work. I have automated the purchasing process, which again has allowed us to be able to do a shuffle in between the operations department and my department. So instead of having handwritten purchase orders, we do have an automated electronic purchasing order system now, which is working really well. As part of the payroll and timekeeping improvements, we have implemented a new project management system, and we have implemented a new inventory system. We haven't run into some technical issues with the software on the inventory system. And some of the way we have had to do something temporary to be able to track usage for inventory, which is a bit clunky and was only intended to be a temporary thing. So part of our priorities for modernization next year is, the operations department has committed to undertake implementing a work order project. And as part of this work order project, we are looking to integrate inventory usage into that platform. So I know my staff will be working very closely with Mr. Lewis's staff in terms of integrating asset management and inventory into that platform coming up in 2025. So that's certainly going to take some time. And the other item that we've helped support through this year is also the acquisition of a community engagement platform. So we've just finished the procurement for that. So again, I see this as an opportunity, potentially, if we're not going to outsource the asset management plan, to be able to use it to, help with the community engagement we should have with our asset management plan. If we are going to outsource it, at the very least, I am looking to that platform to try to beef it up for the next budget discussion. So again, that's something that my department will work on. So the reality is, in my department is, I'm only one person. And as much as bringing asset management into my portfolio is more work. At the same time, it also gives me another resource that I can use to kind of juggle. So the resource that I have right now is there to help with the asset management plan, but also to help me implement some of these modernization projects. So certainly if I have to give them more day-to-day tasks, and that takes away my ability to work on some of these other, modernization tasks and things that I think add a lot of benefit to the municipality. I know certainly we've had great discussions working on asset management with Mr. Lewis, talking about, reinstating our crack ceiling and talking about like what should we be doing, and let's try to work more on that. We've worked a lot with Mr. DeRoche to try to talk about what an appropriate level of staffing is, and I think we are generating really good discussions to help manage our operations better. But certainly, I mean, at the end of the day, we only have so much money. So I will say, I do feel that, trying to fill this gap that we have in the department now is important from a strategic point of view. But at the end of the day, the decision is what the decision is. I would suggest, though, that if we're not going to fill this position, then I will reorganize internally, and I would ask that we outsource the writing of the asset management plan. The bulk of, we're still going to have to, I will have to help do work to try to write the plan with the consultant. And obviously I will still, we'll still provide the information we can, but it's just, we can't keep going down the path we're going, in my opinion, based on everything that I've looked at. I did look at, Councillor Purcell did provide some information about ADP. There's lots of different ways to do payroll. Currently, the city has, so I budget for over 200 positions in the municipality, not that they're all staffed, plus the city is also responsible for the library. Plus, we're also responsible for payroll for PBIA. Now, we do charge those two organizations back for our service. But in the summertime, without having the pool fully staffed, we did have 200 employees as part of a July payroll. If we were to look at the base level of service for something like ADP, and I don't know if technically that would work because the promotional materials talk a lot about scheduling, and we really need job costing because we split up our time into 1,000 different buckets. But the cost for that software alone is anywhere between $67,000 and $72,000 a year in subscription fees. Currently, for software, using the financial system that we have, which has payroll and has timekeeping and has project management, we pay $4,500 in software fees. So there's a big difference there. So it's kind of like one or the other. I don't know that it would necessarily save a lot of time, but I'm certainly not open to looking at other ways of doing things. But I have learned, I'm going to say the hard way at my last position, that there's lots of great little softwares that you can add. But the problem is when you have too many of these little softwares all feeding into the finance, it actually makes the whole process inefficient because there's too many places to get information from. And when you ask me, oh, well, I'd like information on that, I have to go to 6 different sources to try to pull it all together. So we have a project coming up. We're going to have to replace our financial system, and I'm going to need all hands on deck to help me with this project. And we really have to look at this as a whole in terms of all of the functionality that we need to try to minimize the number of pieces that are feeding in, because that leads to a lot of inefficiencies in staff as well. And I'm very committed to continuous improvement and to trying to move forward the business of the city in the best way that I can. So I will, I think, leave it at that and pass
Mr.
the
Chair,
floor.
you know I have to be excused for half an hour. Made you aware of that. Thank you.
Councillor Purcell, then Councillor Frenier.
Thank you very much for the explanation. I understand in terms of the modernization component. I see, I'm not trying to belittle in terms of the level of efforts. What I'm trying to do is trying to look for solutions. That's all I'm trying to do. And looking after the best interests in terms of the people that put me in this chair. That being said, I would like to help with this type of issues, like records digitization, okay? If we don't have the internal resources to do it, that's a contract to Iron Mountain. or a service provider like that that could digitize and bring them back electronically. The records management component, you know, again, it's about digitizing the records that we have and being, you know, put it in a records management database so that we can actually access them, which is one of the issues that I had, you know, even up to 2 years ago, is just access to information, right? In terms of the accountability and the transparency in terms of, because without records, you don't have anything to rely on and in making informed decisions. So I hear where you're coming from. So what I'm hearing is that we have a temporary capacity issue, because I think if we have the records digitization issues, you know, resolved, or at least, and have a proper records management system, would that not translate into easily finding informations for FOIs? Being able to access information a lot easier, instead of spending that level of effort trying to find information from various different locations. Like, and that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to give you an opportunity to build temporary capacity, but we have to get there maybe sooner than later, because we need to start looking at lean, and we need to start looking at how we operate. And I understand where you're coming from. I don't want to see multiple systems just for the sake of having systems. If they're not helpful, then don't implement them. But there are different ways to do business. And maybe we need to look at the bigger picture and look at everything as a whole, and have a consultant come in and look at how we manage our organization, period. And really kind of come up with some opportunities for efficiencies. I'm not taking it away from, I know that's part of your role, but you can't be everything to everybody, is what I'm getting at. I know that staff is torn in many, many different directions. And how do we build temporary capacity without having long-term liabilities in terms of permanent employees, right, to get us over a gap until we get some of these modernization updates that reduce the level of effort for us to do some of our mundane tasks. And, you know, I lived and breathed this stuff for I don't know how many years at CNL, probably no different than the CAO with his background in terms of asset management, ADCAR, change management processes, all those types of things. But, you know, how do we get from point A to point B? And I haven't seen a real big plan in terms of, yes, we're going to retire Great Plains, we're going to retire these things, but I haven't really seen in terms of how we're addressing these issues systematically, other than that first slide that you provided, to go through everything and really kind of get us there a little sooner, that's all. And if it involves, in terms of a lean review, or if it involves a contractor or a consultant to come in and help, I'm willing to look at that. But I want you guys to be successful, but I also don't want people working 22 hours overtime to put out payroll. You know, I know it's important, but is there another option that we can do that by outsourcing it, or outsourcing some services that builds the capacity into the systems so that staff have the appropriate time to spend on very valuable jobs? So that's where I'm coming from.
So just to be clear, yeah, we're debating, I realize that. We have a motion on the floor for 22,500 adding to the overtime budget. That's the motion we're discussing, right? Yes, yes.
Can't do that.
So I just wanted to clarify that the records management is more related to and the FOI is more related to the deputy clerk position than the finance. And I would say that, you know, through us reevaluating our software, which we have a plan that we're going to attack, you know, over the next few years, you know, I would think when we emerge out of that project in 2029, you know, we will have looked at doing things differently. At that point, I think we'd be in a good position to know, like, as we kind of work our way through this process in the finance department, when we get to the end of it, you know, maybe the jobs might look a little different at the end. But certainly, like, that's the path we're on to review our how we operate as a whole with the systems that we have at this point.
Okay, further speakers about the adding 22.5 to the overtime budget? Mary Gervais, then I'll speak.
So the purpose of the motion was to acknowledge that some funds are required, whether it's overtime or hell, I wouldn't mind if one needed to amend the motion just to allocate that dollar amount and have the discussion another day as to, is it overtime? Is it a I don't know, some sort of contract or what have you, as opposed to hiring a full-time position. It's the full-time position that has me concerned, because when I look at it, this is the first budget I've ever seen where staff are looking to hire 7 people. Like, it's just, wow. So, whether it's the 22.5 for the overtime, yes, that's the motion, but whether the funds were used for, on a discussion on another day, using them differently, if it gets us over the hump, is what some of us are, maybe that's not very eloquent, but that's what it does, until such time as certain things are put into place so that there's a reorg or what have you. That's all I was trying to do, is go with the lesser of the two options, because otherwise I look at a dollar amount and go, again, it's a lot of money. So that was the point of it. That's all.
Okay.
It's regarding a motion.
What's that?
It's regarding a motion.
Yeah, but Councillor Freni, then, Councillor Freni, then Purcell, then I'll speak, then we'll call the question.
So, yeah, I supported the 22.5 and overtime yesterday, but there's been some interesting information and ideas coming forward, both from the treasurer and Councillor Purcell. The records digitization, Councillor Purcell mentioned that would certainly alleviate a lot of the time spent looking for things when an FOI comes in. But that doesn't happen overnight either. And I agree with the mayor in saying this is like a big ask, this budget, 7 staff, and some of them upper management, large salaries. The outsourcing of asset management, I wish I knew what that would cost, because I would include that in this motion, the 22.5 and the outsourcing of the asset management, because that's going to take that extra burden off the treasurer and her department, because that, like she said, that is looming. And I don't even know if she could get somebody to, at this late date, to outsource it too. So, because I think she said it was this spring, it was deadline. But anyway, I like that idea of outsourcing some of these solutions, because by hiring, and not that I'm completely discounting the need for a new deputy clerk, but by reducing the time it takes to do some of these acts, like looking through the files downstairs, by getting that all organized, is that not going to reduce the need to have a full-time, person?
Hi, oh, sorry.
I wasn't done talking,
Okay,
but I just saw a
apologies.
bunch of people pointing and walking. I was wondering if someone's,
Could continue, then we'll have Deputy Clerk speak.
anyway, I'm just saying, if we moved ahead with the records digitization, outsourcing whatever we feel needs to be done to alleviate the pressure on staff, maybe there's not a lot of staff needed. Maybe they're doing work that we could do elsewhere, and then they can, like the treasurer said, keep the fires burning without worrying about all this extra stuff that upper levels of government decided was a great idea.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. As discussed prior, the staff here is wonderful at pulling our records. It's not the time spent pulling the records, it's the compilation of the records, the correspondence, so on and so forth. And then to Councillor Purcell's comment yesterday just about potentially a senior staff admin, that is certainly a solution that will be less dollars. I'm just concerned from the clerk role, as it is a statutory role, from the liability piece of myself not being present for whatever reason that the universe may throw our way. It always seems to happen at the worst time. So should I be incapacitated for whatever reason at some point, and I really hope that's not during an election, I'm not quite sure if a senior staff admin person, authorities can be delegated, so on and so forth. I'm just not sure if that's properly covering the liability. It hasn't come up yet. I'm just looking out for the the best interest of the city should that happen. We do have municipalities who are half our size with deputy clerks, and I know that they remain very busy, and that frees up then the clerk's time, who can download the FOI admin and part of succession training as well. But it frees up the clerk's, I guess, skill set, should we say, in legislation to assist the CAO in strategic initiatives moving forward, higher levels of government, helping with strategic plan implementation, so on and so forth. But at this point, it's to the will of council and understanding it's a very difficult budget.
Sell, then we'll vote on it.
I'm trying to understand municipal government, maybe in terms of, we don't backfill CAOs, we don't backfill, various key positions within organizations. What we do is we have, if there's an absence, there's a delegation of authority. And that delegation of authority conducts the business as that individual, right? So you always go up one higher. So if you're not away, then really the delegation of authority would go to the CAO. And that's no different than any other organization. I'm sure that the municipal, the governments aren't duplicating services, because just in the event that somebody may be off, but that's how it typically works. You delegate your authority. I'm not available, I'm responsible for this. There's a formal delegation of authority document that's signed, transferred over my responsibilities to somebody that's more senior than me. In this case, it'd be the mayor. The mayor would be whatever I was doing, the mayor would sign off and say, yes, I take on this responsibility, and conduct it as best he can until, and then if they need resources, then you look out, you shop around for those resources if you need additional expertise. So I understand that it's nice to protect the organization, but again, that's more of like a risk mitigation component. But I think what I'm trying to do, and I think I was very clear in terms of my last communication, is just build temporary capacity. So when I say temporary capacity, and I'm going to ask, for your input, but is it better that we have, contract out the asset management and say $40,000 right now in terms of getting the asset management out of your workload, so to free up some of that capacity? Is it, and this is where I need, input from staff, is it also, or could it be a senior admin person that could take on some of the mundane tasks? It's no different than, Councillor Keel talking about, you have operators for, PMC dumping garbage. Is that a really good use of their time? It's a job that has to be done, but is it a really good use of your time? So, putting the right onus in terms of the various different activities with the right individual is really, really important. So all I'm trying to do is build temporary capacity. How do we build the temporary capacity? Either through, let's contract out the asset management, put a number on it, $40,000, $50,000, I don't know. What do you think would be appropriate to get to the next stage? And do we have contractors that are able to perform that activity? And then the other thing is looking at, okay, could we look at a temporary resource? So my motion would be to remove the deputy clerk position.
Well, we're dealing with the one motion now.
Okay.
22,500 for overtime.
Yeah.
Increase.
Okay.
And that can wait.
So I would say I would not support the 22,000 in terms of overtime. And the reason for that, I'm really concerned in terms of work-life balance and burnout. I want to build capacity. So do we have a vote on that one?
Yeah, we're going to talk about it in a second. So I just want to speak for a minute. So the salary for the impact on the budget for the 2025 for the payroll clerk is 41,995, and 2026 25,020, which adds up to 66,995. So the 40,000 for the, what's that? For the payroll, yeah.
If I may, Mr. Chair, so as we were talking about yesterday, what Madam Treasurer, I believe, has done in her reports is to say, for instance, I'm looking at whatever one this is, deputy clerk one. So the deputy clerk one for 2025 is 83,375, and when I asked the question, why is 2026 so low, it's 27,795, and the answer I got back was, no, you have to add the two of them to figure out what 2026 is. That's just trying to show what the increase is for 2026.
Yeah, I'm adding both of them.
For the second year, you would,
Yeah.
yes.
So, Madam Treasurer, the total salary for payroll clerk, what is it?
So the impact would be netted together because what I've proposed in the dollar amount is to cancel the student help we have in the summertime and replace that with a full-time staff person instead. And as much as we say it's a payroll clerk, but really we have a half, what I would consider a half, like a part-time payroll clerk, when really it's a full-time workload.
Right.
And the other part of it is related to banking and benefits administration from the HR. So it's the reason for the new position is really 50% payroll because we already have 50% and 50% benefit management to help relieve workload pressures on the HR side, which then relieves pressures off the CAO. And this was done, because there was some discussion, I think, previously about like, do we need another executive position or do we need more, I think, worker bees to try to relieve some of the pressure? So instead of having one big salary, is it not better to have, two smaller salaries? So that was sort of the philosophy behind the ask this year. But the impact on the budget would be the 41 plus the 25 together. And the alternative is, like, I agree, 22,500 is high, and I definitely wouldn't want to see that. I'm estimating, without having gone to a formal quotation, which I would have to do, I think, just because I'm not sure. I think demand for asset management plan writing is going to be pretty high this year, just because we all have to have our plans done by the end of July. So I would bring it to tender. I'm thinking 40,000, and obviously if it comes in higher than that, I would have to bring it back to council again. So, but I agree, like, that's reflective this year, and I put that in because I know that's not all of the overtime that's actually worked. At the same time, like, I'm not prepared to let that continue, although I do know there is going to be overtime related to our payroll year end, because that's always, no matter what, a big workload, no matter what, so.
Yeah, so the budget impact is 67,015. You had those two figures. 40,000 for asset management. If the position does get approved, 20 to 5 overtime. So the difference is 4515 is extra, is what would be the difference between the two. So we talk about staff morale and efficiencies, just keep that in mind. So we have a motion on the floor to increase the overtime budget for payroll for 20,500. Those in favor? Those opposed? Have that again, those in favor? 1, 2, 3. Those opposed? Motion defeated.
Can I get a recorded vote, please?
Recorded vote.
Doesn't matter, you can call it right after a vote.
He's correct. Okay, so recorded vote on the motion as it stands. Councillor Troy Purcell.
Could you repeat the motion again? Sorry, I just want to make sure.
Okay,
I'm
I'm not the recording secretary today, unfortunately, that's.
It was about approving the $22,000 in overtime. Right?
That's right.
Okay. Nay.
Mayor, or Deputy Mayor Brian Abdallah.
Nay.
Councillor Ed Jacno.
Nay.
Councillor Ian Keel.
Yay.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere.
Yay.
Councillor Andrew Plummer is absent. Councillor Mayor Ron Gervais.
Yay.
Okay, so we have 3-3 tie, so the vote is defeated.
Councillor Frenier?
I'd like to put forward a motion that we get a costing on outsourcing asset management.
We have a
To-
seconder. Councillor Purcell. Motion on the floor to get a costing on outsourcing asset management. Discussion. Those in favor? Carried. Councillor Frenier?
I'd like to put forward a motion that we remove the payroll clerk from the budget.
Okay, motion to remove payroll clerk. We have a seconder. Councillor Purcell.
Recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Discussion? Councillor Frenier?
So, not that I don't appreciate everything that's being said, but the bottom line is there are so many asks this budget. And, you know, this could be revisited another year when we're not getting a request for 7 new staff. So I think it's just at least if we can get some outsourcing done, try to take the pressure off, that maybe it would assist. But to commit to a full-time position, another full-time position right now, I'm gonna opt out.
Councillor Giacono.
Mr. Chair, I know we're faced with a tough budget, but I think all we're doing is snowballing it into a later time frame where it's going to be just as onerous, if not more so onerous, when we can tentatively bite the bullet and save the problem now. And staff is reaching out, and I don't think they're reaching out just, as I said earlier, to create another silo. They're reaching out in desperation to get the work done. And the only people that will suffer will be the taxpayers of the city of Pembroke, because they will not be getting the just due work that they deserve.
Councillor Purcell, then I'll speak.
Thank you, Chair. I understand about building temporary capacity. I think I talked about that on how many different times. So I'm recommending is that we get a term position in to assist. You know, I understand the pressures that they're under, and if we could remove the asset management component, and also get a term position in to advance some of these other activities and help out with some of the payroll opportunities, and then maybe that just gives it a little bit of an opportunity to reduce the 22K. You know, when $22,000, you know, in terms of work-life balance and burnout, you know, come on, like, you know, this is a real thing, right? And that's what I'm trying to prevent. It's not about not supporting the staff. It's about reducing that opportunity for somebody to burn out, because what value are you if you're in the hospital or you're at home? That's what I'm getting at. And I'm coming from a health background, and I've seen this happen. So what I'm trying to do is build capacity. I'm not trying to take away capacity. I'm trying to build capacity within a framework that we have in terms of a budget that's accountable to our residents. So I would, can I make a motion? I don't know if there's one on the floor right now. Is there?
We're going to vote on this motion first to remove the payroll clerk,
Okay, I would like to amend.
and then we'll deal with other motions.
Okay. Maybe motion to amend then?
Okay?
Okay, 'cause-
What's your amendment?
The amendment would be like not to continue with the deputy, or sorry, was it the? which was it?
Payroll clerk.
The payroll clerk, sorry. It was the payroll clerk.
Not to remove, but to replace.
Replace the payroll clerk with a term position for 1 year with an option to extend for a second year. Just to get, again, build that temporary capacity to the point where we can get through some of these activities and see if this creates a little bit of efficiencies. And also to complete the lien review at a cost of $30,000 over the 4 or 5 months, as recommended by the CAO.
Do you want to keep that separate, maybe?
I can keep it separate, but I think they got to go hand in hand, because this is the whole reason we're building temporary capacity, is to allow opportunities to get some of these things done in terms of a lien review.
Okay, we have amendment on the floor to not replace the, to have the payroll clerk a term position for 1 year with an option to renew. Is that correct? We have a seconder for that?
I'll second it,
Okay, Councillor Frenier.
and I want to make a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
So now I'm hearing what Councillor Giacono is doing. So we're saying no to full-time, but we're saying yes to term for 1 year, maybe extension. Once you have a staff and they have responsibilities, you're not going to remove them unless you say, like I noticed on that spreadsheet, 2029, you said jobs may be very different then, once everything is implemented. Well, I hope at that time, if we feel there's redundancies and extra positions floating around the city, that we would say, okay, that was a term position, it served its purpose, and now we can go back down. So I just may not be here, but I want you to remember that if it's a term, let's really look at it at the end of that term. Okay, and so that's just my comment. I'm going to let that amendment stand against my motion. But I just want to say, if it's a term, it's a term. And we weigh it out, and we ask staff for a report. Exactly. Thank you.
Councillor Giacono?
Mr. Chair, in my estimation, term is a term. It means just that. You have a person that's only there on a temporary basis, and after the position or whatever has been fulfilled, and it may not be fulfilled, are you still going to be looking at hiring another person in the long term anyway? You have a person that may be there, may be gone. Where is your team building? So I can't support it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to, we have an amendment to the original motion for term position for payroll clerk. Those in favor? 1, 2, 3. Those opposed? 3. So we go back to the original motion by Councillor Frenier to read the original motion.
So I move we remove the deputy mayor.
Deputy.
Sorry. From the chair.
I'll second that. I'll second
Unanimous,
Yeah,
unanimous.
well.
I'm sorry, well, we gotta have a little humor around
Yeah, a
here.
little humor, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, in all seriousness.
I know.
I move that we remove the payroll clerk from the
Okay,
proposed budget.
so I'm gonna speak. We have a strategic plan here. We all sat in a room at the fire hall, went over that, talked about employee retention, employee morale. We know how hard it is to attract municipal employees. There's a shortage of municipal professionals in the province. Specifically to Pembroke, we want to retain employees. I work very closely with the treasurer as chair of finance, as does Councillor Giacono. We meet regularly before each meeting. I know how the work that goes on. I know that the treasurer would not be coming here asking for a payroll clerk if it wasn't needed. I know we have a tough budget. We have to circle back and look at some other positions, but payroll is important. You know, in Ottawa, the federal government, the payroll system they had, they got all messed up. I think it was called the Phoenix system. But payroll is important, and it's important to run the finance department efficiently. And so, like I said, if you take the impact of the budget, if you don't approve this position, 40,000 for the asset management, 22.5 for overtime, which we turned down. So I think it's all about morale and efficiency, and I honestly believe that the position is worthwhile, it's justified, and so I'm not going to support removing the position. It's a tough decision, but we are running a corporation, and it's important. So we're going to call the vote. The vote is to remove the position of the payroll clerk. And those in favor of...
Recorded vote.
Recorded
Mr.
vote,
Chair.
okay.
Councillor Giacono,
No.
Deputy Mayor Brian Abdallah,
No.
Councillor Ian Keel,
No.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere,
Yes,
Councillor Troy Purcell,
Yes.
and Mayor Ron Gervais.
Yay.
Okay, so that's 3-3. The motion is defeated.
Okay, so we're going to take a 15-minute break. Welcome back to our afternoon session of Day 2 of the City of Pembroke budget deliberations. We'll continue with Madam Treasurer.
Okay, so I was asked a question earlier about how much benefits cost temporary versus full-time. So I did have a quick chat with HR about that because the OMERS rules have changed. So now it's the option of the employee, no matter what their status, as to whether or not they enter into the OMERS program. So even if their contract, if they want to be a part of the program, they can submit the paperwork for that, and then the city pays 50% of, like, we match. So really what the difference is the health and dental and those types of benefits. So for a non-union position, that works out to be roughly $10,500 a year in health and benefit. $10,500. Ooh, so it's a percent of salary essentially. So it's 9% up to the YMPE, and then I think 14% after that. So it depends on their salary. But normally, I would say if it's like a year plus term, people would normally sign up to that because there is a benefit to them.
So, Madam Treasurer, before we move along, Councillor Keel has a motion.
I think this might be some good news in this afternoon. If we can go to page 32, line 172. So we previously discussed with Ms. Sorial that we're going to take a look at our meters and see what we're doing about it. So in consultation with Ms. Sorial, she doesn't feel that we would likely want to start replacing meters if we're looking at a whole thing, and she doesn't believe this needs to start this year. So I would move that we reduce line 172 by 10,500.
We have a seconder for that motion. Councillor Purcell.
I would second that motion.
Discussion. Those in favor? Carried. Moving along. Thank you, Councillor Keel. Yeah. Moving, Mayor Gervais.
At the risk of having some sort of motion to postpone these discussions, but I'm going to put it forward in terms of, again, looking at that we're starting with a starting position of being asked for 7 different positions. And so the next one that I wanted to discuss was the deputy clerk position. Historically, just, I'm not going to bore people with the history behind it, but the clerk position was together with the CAO position. That person held both. It was felt that that was quite a bit of duties, so then it was split such that there is now a clerk and there is a CAO position. To Councillor Purcell's point, in terms of delegation and so forth, our treasurer is also deputy clerk. So if someone gets ill during an election, that's where it falls, whether, there's time to do it or not, that's where it presently would fall. And again, I'm just looking, this is no disrespect to how hard people work or anything like that. It's just looking at the dollars and cents. And if council was approached on a given year asking for 1 position, maybe 2 positions, like last year. Last year there was a road patroller position, I believe it was, in the ops department. So there was a request for 1 new position. And so that you can somewhat adjust to, acknowledging that it's not a once and done. It's not like we pave a street for 1.1 million. It's every year there's going to be a salary and there's going to be benefits associated with it. So I'm trying to have the discussion about it and at the same time depersonalizing it and just simply talking about it as a position, because there's that one and then there's the deputy fire chief, and it's just I find it difficult to then go to the ratepayers after, if this is the budget that gets approved and it's 11-12% saying we created all these different positions. I don't know. Yes, I can say to the public that the city is a full service single tier municipality. It's busy and so forth. that's going to get me so far, and then I have to, as Councillor Keel talked about before, in terms of if the public wants something, well, then there's a cost associated with it. I have yet to hear the public say they wanted more staff that does this, that, and the other thing. Maybe indirectly, it's just because they don't know any better, but nonetheless, there I am.
Are you making a motion?
I guess what I'm trying to feel out from the council before I make a motion and potentially having it defeated, and then I'm back to a motion to reconsider when our last councillor attends the presumably day 4 meeting. So I'm trying to feel out first strategically to figure out what council's mind's at.
Okay, Councillor Lafreniere, then Councillor Keel.
So I was a little more optimistic yesterday, thinking, okay, there's this many positions. Which ones really are going to benefit the organization when it comes to not causing a lot of overtime in departments and that type of thing? Then Councillor Keel said something interesting today, and that was when you talk to people, the ratepayers generally, what are their concerns? Access to recreation, the parks, that is what they see. You're absolutely right. They don't see the hard work that goes on behind the scenes. They don't appreciate it. They really don't. They know they have police protection, fire protection. They have a place to go pay their bills, which isn't maybe the favorite place for them to go. But it's hard to justify when you say, okay, it's going to be 11%. It's hard to say, well, you know, and again, taking the people out of the roles, because I respect them all, the same as the mayor. Well, you know, they needed an assistant, or they needed, it's like, well, why now? You know, and some people live in a world where they think computers simplified everything. Well, no. I worked at the cusp of coming in, and it's more paperwork, more boarding, and so, but I tend to agree with the mayor. We can designate up to the CAO, and that's what was done in the past. It was always upload if they're off or sick and that type of thing. So we've already approved 3 positions, and the other positions now, the 2 that are left, are really high ticket items. And so I know I was supporting yesterday one of them adamantly, but I was hoping things would be different today. So I'm kind of the same mindset of the mayor.
Councillor Keel, then Purcell.
So, I mean, I'm not going to rehash all the comments that we just heard. I mean, Councillor Lafreniere probably hit it on the head as in terms of what I was about to say, which was you see the people in the parks working, you see them at the front counters. I would suspect that very few people come upstairs here at City Hall, and yet some of the, I don't want to say most important, especially sitting in front of a whole bunch of staff, but like you can't run things without, without your administrative offices. Everything, it's like spokes on a wheel. Everything comes back to City Hall, and City Hall's the center of it, but something's got to give at some point. I mean, I don't even know how many discussions we've had with our new clerk, and I will make this personal. I think she's doing an absolutely amazing job. I don't know if she watched hours and hours of our council meetings before she got here, but on the day that I met her, I think I ended up talking to her for about 2 hours, and she was talking about modernization. She was talking, and I was like, wow, this is the stuff that I've been looking for a year and a half, and she literally arrived week 1 talking about the things that I want. But at the end of the day, something has to give. So if the mayor was, wanting to sort of get a sense of things, I would not support this extra position. I mean, we can't. I'm not approving all of these positions. So this is probably one where I'm going to draw the line, and we'll have our clerk here for a full year and a half next budget time, and you know, it's not that I don't think she hasn't looked into this and put thought into this, but, you know, a year and a half in, she'll, you know, she'll have a great hold of where I think we need to go further. And I'll be honest with you, I almost would like to hear some of these things outside budget. Like, I know we just got, you know, we got memos sent to us, I guess, last week, but it would be really nice if we were having some of these discussions well in advance of budget, because we're sitting here. We're sitting here on the one hand, half our brain is worried about the numbers, and the other half of our brain is trying to think overall strategy of where we're going. And I don't know that this is the best venue for that. So, Your Worship, on this one, I would cut the deputy clerk one if put to a vote.
Purcell.
Yeah, you know, I keep on looking at that number in terms of $153,000 in growth, which is less than 1%. And I know that we're in a, you know, there's a lot of different directions that our staff are being pulled into, and I understand that. I'm always trying to look for solutions, low-cost solutions that aren't long-term liabilities for the municipality. And I'm thinking in terms of the deputy clerk position, you know, if there was some additional admin supports, would that be you know, to get over the hump? And in all fairness, you know, you are new to the role too, right, in terms of the city of Pembroke. So I'm just wondering if we could just postpone that, provide a little bit more, or even internal, if there's any internal administrative supports that could be dedicated. Or do we have to build that capacity to help? But I'm not in a position to support a full-time deputy clerk.
Okay, Mayor Gervais.
Motion.
Then I would put forward a motion that we remove the deputy clerk position from the budget, which I think is, I don't know, I think it's on page 11 from this sheet.
Seconder. Councillor Purcell. Motion on the floor to remove the deputy clerk position, made by Mayor Gervais, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Discussion. Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good leadership means making hard decisions sometimes, and I just hope we're making the right decision in the right cutting area. We've cut other positions, and I'll have to go with the logic that we are responsible to the taxpayers. So therefore, I'll be voting reluctantly in favor.
Councillor Lafreniere.
I just want to clarify that we're not actually cutting. We're not cutting a position that exists. This is a new position. I know in my former career, if I went to my manager and said, I just can't get it all done. I just not enough hours in the day, I'm working overtime. They wouldn't say right away, well, let's just hire another person. What they would say to me was, okay, what isn't getting done? And then that manager would prioritize for me and say, okay, we can put this off, we can put this off. And then that's what we did. Staff has to realize they maybe can't do it all. And I know we got an email a couple of weeks ago about something that we were looking at getting done, and it was realistic. It was an email. This can't be done until next year. Great. We have to be willing as a council to accept that too. When staff comes to us and says, well, this won't get done, or this won't get done. But that's what we have to do. It's controlling our service. And it's like with the city, we have to look at service delivery. What can we afford to deliver? And it's just like our staff. We can't say, well, I don't care if you don't have the time. We want it all. So it's a give and take. And I just want to know, staff to know that I understand that. If there's things on their plate that they can't do, well, then they can't do it. Unless it affects the bottom line of their role. There's a lot of things that have been brought down to municipalities from federal and provincial levels. And if it doesn't have to be done, let's just say, like, it doesn't have to be done.
Any further discussion? So we have motion on the floor to remove the deputy clerk position. Those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Next item. Councillor Purcell.
I think at this time we should probably address the deputy fire chief as well.
Do you have a motion or comment or?
I'll start with a comment and I'll make a motion.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
Thank you. It's not that we don't recognize, again, in terms of the value, in terms of having that position, but there was something that just resonated with me through our discussions in regards to building partnerships with other fire service providers. And I know that we started talking about, maybe looking at different models going forward. And I'm wondering if that would assist, but I mean, it's not going to help you this year, but I'm willing to support you in terms of, connecting and seeing how we can come up with some solutions that may be more beneficial, not only for the city of Pembroke, but the surrounding areas. So, and I'm not talking about amalgamation, I'm just looking at, how could we augment the services and maybe get staffing where we need the staffing, backup staffing, those kinds of things. But right now, I just, based on our budget, I just no way that on that position right now. But the work is valuable. I understand that. I know that you came in looking for a fire safety plan and also a position, but I just don't know how we can we can do that right now. And knowing with and maybe a lot of people aren't privy to that, but knowing with our other neighboring municipalities are coming in at, it's also concerning to me that I don't want to be crazy in terms of in a differential. So for that reason, I motion that we remove the deputy fire chief position from this budget.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Giacono. Motion on the floor. The chief, you had a Chief Purcell.
Just to comment on Councillor Purcell's comments, as a 27-year professional firefighter, I believe that I've identified the staffing shortfalls and where they exist. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Further discussion, Councillor Frenier.
So as pertains to this position, I know that the role of the fire chief, since I've been sitting at this table, has really evolved into a larger position within the entire county and our entire community. And I really do feel, and the chief can correct me, a lot of what's really taxing is his advocating or his, how can you put it, working with other municipalities and chiefs and getting different things done and managed and partnerships, initiating new programs. It's the strategic part of the job, and he's taken away a lot of times from the fire hall. But I want to ask, when the chief isn't here, is there a pecking order? Does that go up to the CAO as well if the fire chief is not here and something has to be done or decided?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's the way it is. There's nobody there's nobody below me that can step into that role. There's nobody in the fire hall who has legislative authority to make any decisions. So it is either falls to myself or it falls to no one.
Thank you.
We have Councillor Keel, then Councillor Giacono.
So, I mean, I largely, last year, supported the deputy chief position, and then budgets happened last year, and we had a $1.4 million pool, and now we have what we have this year. But I fear that this is going to be taken the wrong way by some members around this table. the fire chief is also the emergency management person, and I know from talking with him that that takes up a huge part of his time. Prior to him being the emergency management person, it was Ms. Soriel, who was also the department head for planning, development, and building and bylaw. I don't I have a great deal of worry, and we might never have every single one of us around this table might be long gone before the city of Pembroke ever experiences a major emergency. But if we do experience a major emergency and for some reason it goes sideways, there will be inquiries and reports, and if it comes back that we didn't spend enough effort, time, or money on our emergency preparedness, that finger will point right back to this table, whether it's us or whoever it's here. So I just want to bring up the fact that we've talked about fire and we've talked about efficiencies and we've talked about that, but nobody today has so far mentioned the emergency preparedness stuff, which is again a significant part of his time. And I worry that so far this city just keeps seeming to just shuffle the emergency management off onto somebody else who already has a full-time job, and it concerns me that we're not focusing on that enough. Again, we keep saying it, but it's because it's true. This is a tough budget, but you know, we said no to him last year, and you know, I don't think I'm not going to say who, but many of us around this table thought, well, next year. You know, that's why we said no last year, because next year. And now we're going to say maybe next year, and God knows what we're going to deal with OPP, and who knows what comes up next. I mean, for all we know, next year we're talking about a rink floor replacement in an emergency or something. Like, we don't... I don't know. I think we should think long and hard about our emergency management stuff, and I know it's not as... I almost wish it was like the OPP. They send us a bill and we sit here, we grumble, but we have to pay it. Well, we have a fire chief who's also our emergency management person, and when he comes to us, I think maybe we should sit here and grumble and then pay for it. I don't know. This one kind of strikes me at my core a little. It's a little tougher than the last one, and I want us to be making this one very cautiously.
Thank you, Chief Sell.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. As far as Councillor Lafreniere's comments, it's that portion of the strategic planning, that's the portion that I've identified as lacking in the fire service, or in our department, just because it's the duties that should be done by another individual in the organizational structure. Those get in the way of actually doing the chief's job. And right now, the way it sits, and I'm sorry if this is blunt, but you have a part-time fire chief and you have a part-time emergency manager. So, on the emergency management side of things, as the emergency manager, nobody represents fire in the Emergency Operations Center. I'm busy doing the job of the emergency manager. So that would be another area where the tasks and everything else would be juggled during a major emergency.
Can I ask a question before you three comment? Yeah. So, Chief, we've met, Councillor Giacono and I met with you because your department falls under the Finance Committee. And could you elaborate on, you know, I know you've commented on this before, but so you have a fire department, you have firefighters. Would it ever be, so you say that the unionized firefighter cannot fill in your role if you're absent. Is that a possibility to discuss that with the union? To have someone fill in your, if you're not available or on a part-time basis? Could you explain the reason, if it can be done? And if not, why?
Well, I guess it has been done in the past where the city has made the request to the association to abscond somebody from the floor to put them into the chief's position. So it has been done in the past. However, you know, that was for a short period of time with definitive start and end dates.
Oh,
Like, there could be situations where there is no definitive end date. You know, it could be an emergency situation where the roles, where there needs to be somebody to move into those roles. And plus too, like, the fire chief is on call for 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. So, there is no relief in that area either. So yes, I guess in the perfect world and with plenty of time and planning, there's the opportunity to remove somebody from the floor. However, we're also assuming that the association would approve of the reduction of their staffing, which is 16 members, to go into that position. So it's there is a lot of work, background legwork to be done on to do what you had mentioned.
but it could be done, possibly?
There is a possibility.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Giacono, then Lafreniere, then Purcell.
Thank you. I certainly sympathize with the chief. This is not a new request. This has come forward by previous chiefs, Chief Herback. I think Chief Chaput had intimated at the time that a deputy chief would be good. And since those two retirements of those chiefs, I think this particular chief has been inherited the emergency services role, which the other two really operated in within their specific department, but it wasn't a specific to looking after that particular role in itself. What annoys me a little bit is the legislation says that nobody can replace you. I mean, now is that local legislation? Is that provincial legislation? You're saying, you know, that you don't have a vacation. If you pass away, someone's got to replace you immediately. There's got to be some legislation that looks after that. And I mean, not to go way off track, but when we had met with the deputy mayor, CAO, and myself, I'd made the suggestion that perhaps the OPP could be seconded to look after emergency services. And I think the response at the time, Chief, was, well, they really don't know the area, the facilities, but they do have the resources, you know. They do deal with riots. They do deal with emergencies across the province. Perhaps there could be more of a role that perhaps would not directly impact the municipal government, but it could be a provincial appointment of the OPP to look after emergency services within each community. What's wrong with that? I mean, that's something for thought. And obviously, you know, we don't want our chief to burn out. And I look at him and I see that he's reaching out, as I said with the other one, you know, in desperation. Not he wants to create another position, but we're also pushing back with the fact that we're faced with a big hike in our budget. So what do you do? There's got to be some resolution, and I believe that the legislation, if I may, through you, Mr. Chair, to the chief, you said there's nobody really to take on your role if you're away. Is that legislated through the government, through the province?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's the Fire Protection and Prevention Act.
So obviously that has got to change, because that's not only happening here, it must be happening right across the province. Or municipalities are faced with the fact that they have to, whether they like it or not, based on the request, have a deputy chief in place. So that's all I have to say.
Councillor Lafreniere, then Purcell.
So I have a question of the treasurer, and then I have a comment. What would the full year salary for this position be? And then, so that's my question. And while Angela's looking that up, I just want to make a comment. Councillor Purcell and I sit on the health committee for the county. And about a month ago, the county health committee wanted to go through an exercise as part of their emergency preparedness. So we looked at each other and thought, we don't have to do that because we're a separate emergency. We have our own. But then I thought, why aren't we? Like, I know they say each municipality should have their own, but the county has an extensive one. And let's face it, we're like the middle of the donut. They surround us. And this was actually a tornado. Like, this was a major event exercise they were going through. And all we could think about was, definitely it would affect us. So if I could ask through the chair to the chief, is this a possibility? Like, I mean, the county, let's face it, if they're in the middle of a major event, it's going to affect us depending on what it is, you know? So is there any possibility of working with them on it, and then you're a spoke in the wheel and not so much the driver?
Actually, I believe that we are legislated as a municipality to have an emergency plan by provincial legislation. So yes, we can certainly work with the county, but then what resources is the county going to bring to the table? That's the other question. I've had discussions with the county in regards to emergency management, and they say, oh, we're available to provide support. Support being they'll pick up the phone and they'll give us advice. And that's it. There's been no promise. There will be no personnel that will come to aid in an emergency, even if as far as it comes to the Emergency Operations Center. They will not provide staffing resources. They will be there to assist and direct as appropriate within their spheres of control, and that's it.
Well, if I could just, so that's interesting, because some of the things that come across the table during our meetings, you know, we're there and we discuss it, like the sandbagging projects and all that type of thing, doesn't benefit us in the least. So I certainly hope our levy isn't
So through you,
affected.
Mr. Chair, as far as the sandbagging equipment goes, if the request is put out by the city of Pembroke, that sandbagging equipment will be made available to the city. I have full confidence in that. But it's basically drive the piece of equipment to where we request it, and it will be dropped off there. So part of the reason why I will be bringing forward a new emergency plan in the new year for council's approval, it's already been approved at the committee level, is because of those meetings with the county and saying, okay, in our current plan, this is what the county will do. And no, that will not happen. Hence the agreement that I brought forward last year with the Red Cross. That's where that is put in place so that those resources and basically the boots on the ground are available to us whenever the circumstances require those people and the support.
So that is excluding the paramedics, obviously, because the paramedics in an emergency would be, do you work with the paramedics, the county?
We've interacted at incidents, yes.
Okay, so they would be part of our plan.
I would not say that there is a strong working relationship, no.
That saddens me, because when we sit at these meetings, you know, we're part of the team. And I know the paramedics, we do an equal share, we cost share, so I would hope that they would be at the table when you're having your emergency preparedness meetings, and they're not. Well, you know what, I will address that at the health committee meeting with Chief Nolan, because, like I said, we're equal share, so they should be part of our emergency preparedness.
Treasurer, do you want to give information?
Yes, so adding up the 2025 and 26 budgets together, the total is 187,600. So 187,600.
That's for,
The full year salary for a deputy chief.
plus benefits. Okay, we're going to have Councillor Purcell, Mayor Gervais speak, then we'll, oh, yes, Chief.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify that number that Madam Treasurer had put out, that's including benefits, correct?
Oh, okay.
To the correction.
So we'll have Councillor Purcell, then Mayor Gervais speak, and Jagan, then we'll call a question.
I had my hand up, Mr. Chair.
There you go.
Yeah, you can speak after Mayor
Okay.
I just called your name.
So Chief, I was going through some notes from the previous budget and actually even kind of watched a couple of things, pieces, but I know that last year I'd recommend looking at an emergency preparedness officer to assist with emergency preparedness. And I'm just wondering, I don't think I ever got feedback in regards to like, I'm just thinking in terms of with that, they were looking at solutions and trying to resolve some of the workload types of issues. So typically, emergency preparedness officers would create emergency preparedness plans in coordination with staff and those kinds of things. They're not necessarily a firefighter, but they're staff that are dedicated to emergency preparedness, and they go have the rigorous training, and God knows there's probably about 15 of them at CNL. I'm just wondering if that's a good opportunity to look at that to provide you some relief in terms of the emergency preparedness pieces. You're still in charge, yes, you're still a commander, but that being said, to do all the legwork, get the plans in place, to focus on various different scenarios or drills and those kinds of things, and because I know an emergency preparedness officer would be like not even half the cost in terms of a deputy fire chief. According to the 187.6, so I'm just wondering if that was explored last year.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't recall there actually being a request for a new position last year. I don't know if it was just something in discussions, but no, that was not explored. The focus for myself is identifying the needs of the fire department at this time, and the needs of the fire department is the deputy chief. But if we could, I don't have any problems looking at that position, perhaps for next year's budget.
This is what I'm willing to do if council is willing to do this, is just to give you an opportunity to come back with some information in terms of emergency preparedness officer to see if that would fulfill a need. I know you're saying that you really want the deputy chief, I understand that, but I'm just kind of giving you a little bit of time just to kind of do an investigation, just to kind of see if an emergency preparedness officer could pare away some of that work activities, freeing up yourself to do more of the strategic piece, and then just report back at the next budget meeting, and we can make that determination at that time, if that's fair to council. So I motion that we table this until we get additional information from the chief.
A seconder to table? No seconder? What?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'm wondering whether that coincides with day 4 of the budget process, because what I was going to, whether it's postpone or table, the chair of the emergency management is Councillor Plummer, who is not here, and I'm hopeful that he is here on day 4. And, well, day 3 is a public meeting.
Oh,
is it
yeah,
not?
okay, day 4, yeah.
Okay, and so that's what I was hoping on, and yes, it would allow time for the chief to come forward with that information and time for this entire council to weigh a serious decision. So whether taking from a page from Councillor Keel's book, whether it's a postponement table, doesn't matter to me as long as it comes back before this budget is solidified. And so I was thinking day 4 because day 3 is
Yeah,
public
yeah.
meeting.
It's your second tabling motion?
So I would second it if that's what it is.
Okay, motion on the floor to table the decision on the deputy fire chief. Those in favor? 3, those opposed? 2, motion.
How can that be?
Oh, no, just a minute. Okay, those in favor to table? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those opposed? 2. Carried, yeah. Okay, we have 8 minutes. Next steps and
Mr. Chair, I feel a little slighted that I didn't get a chance to speak before the tabling motion. Is there any concurrence in maybe changing the way we go about that a little bit, so everybody has a chance to speak?
well, the motion to the table, there's no further discussion, so it's voted on right away. So I apologize for that. Madam Treasurer?
Okay, so it's, It's been a long day. We still have to cover the water and sewer, so I don't know if we have the energy to at least talk about the rates or if we want to. I know I usually like to be a little further along in this process before going into the public budget meeting, so I don't know at this point if we should perhaps talk about, should we have a day 2.5 to go over the water, sewer, and the capital? Because I think that would be important to at least have a better idea of where we're going with that for the public meeting. So do you want me to float, some potential slots maybe in the evening? So that we can kind of go through the last
The evening,
three
please.
sections?
Yeah.
Does that work for everybody? Okay, so I'll work with the clerk and we'll, take a temperature check to see what, calendar check to see where everybody's calendar's at. It's a busy time of year, so we will do that and let's.
Okay, yes, Councillor Frenier?
I would certainly hope that Councillor Plummer can make it. Maybe we can discuss the fire chief, deputy chief position as well. So that's all we can do. It's,
So the day 2.5 evening would be in addition to the day 4 evening session?
Right.
Okay. So is that, yes, Councillor Purcell?
I'm just asking staff if there's any opportunity just to go back and look at the budget, knowing that we are, really in a crunch, to see if there's any opportunities, just as another review. I know everybody's gone over it, but I mean, if you could just look line by line to see if we can pare some components down, I think it'd be greatly appreciated. So it's a challenge for staff to see if they come up with 1 or 2%. Thank you.
So, thank you. So before I motion to adjourn, Madam Treasurer, is there anything else you want to add, or?
No, I just thank everybody. I know it's a difficult budget this year just because, this is a higher number than where we normally start. So I really appreciate everybody's feedback and hard work over the past 2 days.
Right, so we'll be posting the meeting 2.5 and meeting 4 dates. Also, I want to thank, on behalf of the committee, and staff, and managers, directors, finance department, no easy task indeed, and thanks fellow councillors. Motion to adjourn, Councillor Keel, seconded Mayor Gervais. Those in favor? Carried, we are adjourned.